And we're live.
Oh God!
No, what? Is this thing on?
I don't remember
And
what
that's
to
why
do.
I always sit down to pee.
We're back. We're drunker. We're fatter. And
I have to like wiggle it around a lot so that the stream is broken up, or the electrodes like send the electricity right up the stream back into me.
You don't want that.
No.
To be honest, we haven't done this, and I don't know how this works anymore.
I'm gonna talk a lot about like butt stuff. Y'all are gonna laugh a little bit, and I'm gonna throw dice at something.
The camera stopped with my tongue in my cheek.
Can we like combine
Butt
that
stuff.
so you just
any other day.
You throw dice at butts?
Yeah.
Okay, I just
Are we allowed to make? Because I would make that a stream.
hold on.
Dice and
Can we?
butts.
If
It
we
would
just
be a
get-
Bob's. We could do a Bob's Burgers based D&D session where, like, Tina
Tina?
is the DM.
Right. So just like if we get a bunch of like our lovely lady friends that we know, and like maybe some like bikini bottoms or something, and then we just sit and throw dice at their asses. I don't know.
I mean, I'd watch it.
I'd probably watch too. I mean, don't be wrong. It's pandering as hell and probably crazy sexist, but I bet it would work, and I'd do it. Anyways, we're hypothetical heroes. A bunch of
We think we are.
a bunch of people who there's a dead ladybug on the table.
No!
Oh, Ladybug
She's
died!
been with us for 6 months.
A bunch of
I thought
random
she was
ass,
Founding member of this game.
Thought she was immortal. Sorry.
a bunch of friends who like playing board games and role-playing games, and occasionally we actually manage to fit doing so into our schedules, and when we do, we put cameras in front of us. I hope that everyone had a good holiday season, Chris Mahana Kwanzaa, and a Festivus for the rest of us,
Yule.
as well as Yule, yeah, since we do have one practicing pagan. And as well as New Year's, it's 2019. Next,
Oh shit! I left the oven on.
next year, next year, the 90s will have been 30 years ago.
It definitely needs to go into the oven at 350 for about 10 minutes.
Cookie dough?
What about,
I just cleaned those sheets.
I'm sorry!
what happened? Oh, you tried to drink the...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that is definitely...
So you're saying it should be a cake, is what you're saying?
or a cookie.
Okay.
Wow.
Last time we were actually in front of cameras, we did a little bit of City of Mist. We are back playing 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, running through the
Bagnars!
Waterdeep Dragon Heist adventure.
There's a heist with a dragon
Yeah.
somewhere.
Last time we played this particular adventure.
Jesus.
It's Ocean's 11 except D&D.
Yeah, kind of. Last time
Called the Smart Chinese guy.
we played this,
No wonder the
we
price
had
is big.
found you guys had a
I'm Don
fireball
Cheadle.
blow up in front of your ramshackle home.
No.
Yeah,
Something
that,
blew up?
Yeah.
that killed some people,
I wasn't there. That's
Yeah,
right.
the boom boom before we left.
and then you guys hunted
Okay.
down a Nimblewright at the Church of, I forget the goddess's name now.
Gone.
Sorry, the Hall of Exemplary Inventions, which is
It's
uh,
gone, I think.
yeah, I believe it's gone. Basically Temple of God.
Technology
Basically people,
god.
yeah, tinkering god, technology god.
Yeah, tinkering god.
And you found out that there was a Nimblewright there at the temple, and that apparently that Nimblewright made another Nimblewright?
Russian nesting nimble rights.
Yes, that then escaped and may have been the one that blew shit up. So now
Collusion.
you were given a Nimblewright detector and some other pseudo, not quite magical items, but just sort of handy dandy
Holding that, by the way.
contraptions.
I forget.
I don't know. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know who's holding
if
it.
no one's holding it, none of you have it.
Better not be me. It might be some feedback.
That's like Bender starts singing show tunes.
So we ended with you guys sort of being tasked to hunt down the correct Nimblewright with this Nimblewright detector.
Keep saying
Um,
right.
Some of you also may have had. Hey, it's Mikey.
Who shows up late? Like
Again.
usual.
That's my new thing.
You must partake.
Also,
You're late, so
Okay.
you have to drink.
That's right. You have to drink that
I
whole
can see
thing
your
right
face.
now.
Don't.
Do it. You have a choice.
I did it.
I did it too. I started because Nate had no balls.
Nate has balls.
They're just dusty and unused.
Not through my lack of try.
Go for it, Mike.
Nice.
Um,
Mike's already plenty good and full.
What's your name?
No, I'm good.
War his garble.
Sorry, we're interrupting the story here.
Narvac is
Apologies.
Garfunkel.
Nilbog his goblin backwards.
What is that? Looks like I'm gonna
It's
like
huge and right in the camera, so
it.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
on.
with logos right in front of everything.
Nah, the logos are blurred.
You and your After Effects.
So
Loud noises.
It's Mike.
some of you may still have outstanding missions from various factions that you've joined.
Right.
All those are null and void.
No, they're still.
Null and void, I said.
No.
Yeah.
Get that crunchy shit away from the microphone.
That's a microphone?
Yes.
That's a mic.
That's a very sensitive
like?
microphone.
Mike, jeez.
Wait, is it more?
This is a
A's or
professional
R's?
set.
R. Lots of R's.
Lots of
How many
R's.
R's do you
Is that what we're calling
Are
it?
you perfecting your Ellen cosplay?
No.
Brutal. I'm still feeling that right down here.
Gonna need some aloe.
Yeah.
Put that directly on the bird.
You have to level your character up still, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, what's Mike's character's name?
Bill, no.
Bill.
What?
Bill.
No, it's
S.
not
Preston.
It is. It's
Esquire.
Bill. Bill S. Preston, Esquire.
Theodore Logan, Spock the Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan.
That's right. Yes.
That's
Just
a
like
oh,
that.
Wait,
that's
was
a lot
I
of
the
names.
Rock? Because I'm okay with that if I was the Rock.
No, Spock the Rock, Doc Ock.
Oh, I'm still
Hulk
okay.
Hogan.
I'm still okay with Doc Ock.
I'm okay being the rock.
Especially, can I be Doc Ock, Superior Spider-Man?
Nope.
Oh.
You gotta do the both.
Oh, there I am.
Nope, you're actually just a regular octopus who somehow made
Has a
it to
PhD.
But it's not anything cool.
It's like women's
It's like
wear.
gender studies. I don't know what I got down here.
Oh my, that's the first down.
This is why people tune in. This is why people tune in.
We need to make that a clip. It's just-
That's the best hypothetical heroes.
I just wanted to be those like that 5 seconds of I don't know what I have going on down here. Oh, my zipper's down. That's it. That's all I want. I just want that as a clip.
All right. Well, we can do that.
I will share it every day for a year. You heard it here.
That's right.
Mike, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Say your name. Say your
blank spot.
name.
God damn it, what did I call him?
Bill.
Oh,
my zipper's down.
I thought that said fart tracker.
Well, you know, it's apropos.
Hold on. Rolling to track fart. An 11, but I have a plus 13.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
His name is Alphonse.
Do we
The
need to?
flatulent band.
Fucking dying!
Do we need to check the archives
Yeah,
to see
we
what
have to
his
go back and
character's
watch our
fucking
I-
name is?
I cannot for the life of me remember what I called him.
Dinglehopper.
Kendo staff.
Anyways.
Brandon Lee.
Oh, no.
Well, he's a
I think it was Arjun, wasn't
he's
it?
a fucking
Oh, yeah, it was Argent, I believe.
yeah,
it was
Arjun.
Arjun.
Yeah, Arjun.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
an
Arjun
emo
was
monk.
something
I mean,
Yeah, fair
Okay,
enough.
okay, yeah, so we can make this case.
Alright. He doesn't have the face paint, but yeah.
that's true.
I was,
I
I
guess,
was-
yeah. I guess
we got enough booze. He can, by the end of the night, he could probably take an accidental shot.
Oh, Oh no.
Still too soon.
You opened the door.
We got on the floor.
Don't give me a subject if you don't want to explore.
We do have reloading equipment.
All right.
P.S. Your mom is a fucking savage.
Yeah, she is. That's
In bed.
Oh!
honestly.
Maybe.
Probably.
That's why.
Please fuck my mom. Please fuck my mom. No, actually, oh God, please do it. Please. I found out some stuff this week. I need someone to get in there quick.
Oh god.
Do I want to know what you found out?
I mean, it won't affect you like it will me, but just I feel like
So did you find-
I feel like some of y'all owe me, just a little bit.
Take one for the team, guys.
Are you saying one of us needs to get in there quick because somebody else is about to, and you prefer to be one of us?
It is possible. It's possible. And I would much rather one of you guys be my new dad, because at least then we could have like a TV show sort of situation.
Okay.
This is also going into the archive.
Woo! This person wouldn't happen to be a warlock.
No.
Maybe that's your mom's type is warlocks.
No. Warlocks can read.
He's a druid then.
Oh wow! Oh
So he's like,
wow! Give me your number.
yeah, maybe.
Kidding.
I was gonna text it to you.
It's like, I'm totally not kidding about this, guys.
Mom, he's got
I
a
can't.
great
I mean, at some point, it's
job,
just
he's
humanitarian
smart,
aid.
He has the same emotional ups and downs as my own father. It works. It works.
He's got huge tracts of land.
Yep.
So the rumors.
They call him the kebabber.
Oh no.
Anyway,
They call him the one-man spit roast.
It doesn't matter if it's meat or vegetable. He'll go through it.
Sir Lancelot.
All right. Anyways, sidetrack. So yeah, last we left off, I already explained all that stuff. You guys found the nimble right. You guys now need to find another nimble right.
The nimble wrong.
Yeah, you found the nimble wrong. You need to find the nimble right. And so yeah, we're gonna say that you're still basically you guys are exiting the hall of exemplary inventions. We're literally picking up virtually right where we left off the last game. There has not been any real time delay.
What sequence came? Because I know we had to go. For me, at least, we went to go visit that monk,
Sure. Yeah.
and then
I think the only person who didn't do their thing was the person who had to go find a talking
I'm
horse.
pretty sure
Yeah, no,
we
probably
delivered
not
that.
me.
I delivered that message, right? I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah. You and I went to deliver the message, and we got stuck outside with the dickbag secretary.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Although he seemed at least somewhat intrigued by what we said.
Yeah, what we said.
But you did deliver the message.
Yeah, and everyone's secret to you.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Which is now a thing because now you're level 30.
Yeah, which is now after.
I mean, in fairness, I did ask when this would matter.
Bird.
That's
Bird.
the word.
Cleary.
So yeah, what's everybody want to do? You guys left the temple.
So,
You gotta find another nimble right. You have a nimble
alright,
right tractor.
before we go any further, because
where's
some
the
people
R?
were not here at that time, what the fuck is a nimble right?
A nimble right is basically a large marionette-like
Key points 3.
creation. Yeah, automaton.
It's a
Plus 10
TK-41,
feet of
but
movement.
not as intelligent.
Okay.
The same amount
So
of
does that
people
mean
that
there's
understand
70
what a
feet
nimble
now?
right is would understand
That was
what a
TK-41.
But yeah, it's basically it's a spindly legged automaton that's given
standard is 40, right?
intellect and power from a mage
So first level
of
30,
by magic.
second level 40,
Yep.
third level 50.
Looks like a red mage from Final Fantasy.
Hey, interesting. Okay.
It even has a mustache and
It's
sweet
called
beard.
monk shit.
Yeah,
like
they're very foppish in design.
Monastic tradition and
Metal
deflect
beard.
missiles.
Metal beard.
I need to get some grease.
Monastic
Like-
tradition.
Whatever that stuff is
Like
that makes it.
froze
What
up.
does that do?
I don't. Yeah, like not like. Yeah, make it look kind of like a banana.
Oh wait, that's right. I, had
So it matches.
I don't think I chose way
Nope,
the
that's not good.
shadow.
I'm not doing anything.
Alright, so we need to find this other Nimblewright.
Duplicate the effects. is right.
And
Someone's got a number right detector.
One of you has a Nimblewright detector.
What's the range of it? Or is it just
Without providing
it like
material components.
spins or I think it
It
spins.
spins and
the
whirs
faster.
and makes some noises, and it gets faster as you get closer.
Yeah, basically
It's red light, green light, or not red light. It's hot and cold.
it's angry bobbit.
Without the bob. Like,
No, it spins and whirs and has lots of little.
I mean,
Thing-
you'd be angry
I mean,
too.
you
if
hit
it
it,
was
it's
on the
going
side of the
great.
road.
in a field.
It depends.
Feel.
Did I put it there?
Wasn't there like a?
What?
your
I said
building
bobbit, not
song
angry
about-
bobbit.
Oh, I thought you said
think you're
angry
right.
bobbit, and I'm like,
No, but
You're like, I
fuck
guess.
bobbit ones. We're not talking about that. No, the angry. Oh yeah, no, they're.
This conversation's all over the place.
I know.
It's an angry bop. Have you looked at the picture? It looks like a weird ass angry boppet.
it does.
I'm. Yes.
It's weird.
It's got a little
Yes.
umbrella on it, even.
Oh,
It
it's a
can also
toy.
be used
Like
as a
that.
hat.
Twist it, turn it, bop it.
Oh, a bobbit.
Kill your family. What?
In the 90s.
Yeah.
How have they not made the bobbit bobbit? I guess because you
Because
can
you
only
ain't
go
cut that
once. The bobbit bobbit. Twist the head.
They did make it, but
Oh, no.
all the people who bought it were removed from the gene pool.
He's got a point.
Well, they played it once and then threw it out.
In a field.
So out of a car window.
Is there any chance that he could make another one of these things?
No, since you remember that before you guys left up there, the priestess was so upset finding out that this happened that she has removed everything from that room upstairs that he's staying in.
Yeah. Oh well. So we only have the one.
Yep. So where are we?
And
at?
you had said that you would come and visit him periodically because the whole reason he built another one was that he was lonely up
They're
there.
making people things. They're making shit things.
All right. So we need to test the thing out and
So
see
it's
if
data.
if I will interfere with its operation.
Okay. Well, who are we still like outside of the temple? Or
Yeah, you guys are outside.
Okay, so that
walking through the
was
streets.
you, me. Were you there?
Thanks.
Silas.
Yeah, I was there.
All right, and was it just us three, or were you there?
I was gone and
So
came
was
back
I.
later.
Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't even there.
I think it's just you three right now.
Oh, and I think Vicky.
Yeah,
Was.
Vicky's character was there.
Okay.
Yeah. Which means I would have been looking for the horse at the time.
Mr.
Okay.
That's
We'll get there in a second.
All right, well, we can try it out. Does this thing look like a severed penis to you?
With an umbrella.
With a little umbrella. Like, I mean, if I was a disembodied penis, I wouldn't want to get wet either.
It's a
Actually, wouldn't. I mean, that's
No.
Literally.
I'd catch cold.
Okay.
Then I'd shrink away.
I mean, looks like a mechanical device to me.
All right, well.
Press the button.
it's it kind of just very slowly kind of
And I quit.
spins and whirs. Like it doesn't seem to be reacting to anything much.
I'm going to go.
Actually, no, I take that back. Actually, it's spinning fairly regularly because you're just outside of the temple and there's a nimble right like 100 feet behind you.
Well, I mean, if it's just looking for for nimble rights at all, then yeah, it works.
So it's not
But if we want
discriminatory.
to, if we want to see if our mechanical buddy activates, we've got to go. We got to go somewhere else.
So let's wander off then.
We could, you want to go back to the house?
Find it difficult. This thing is supposed to find a nimble right, then I find it difficult because most of these things, I mean, besides the temple here that actually uses them in their festivals, because I'm sure there's a bunch in there besides Nim,
Well,
But,
didn't we ask the priestess for a list of who in the city would have these things?
Yeah, she said it would take some time to get all that together.
Well,
yeah,
until
that's
then,
what I'm getting at. Like,
we can wander around aimlessly or wherever we thought it went off to the first time, try to track steps.
I saw a few of them down by the docks as workers, and I think
Are the Union nimble rights on strike?
probably.
Are they down on their luck? That's tough.
I don't think they understand what monetary value is. But it's going to be a needle in a haystack, regardless whether we have a special device or not, because we're looking for a specific nimble right. This thing does not detect a specific nimble right, it seems.
Well,
Yeah, but I think that if we found the correct non-specific nimble right, it would probably act slightly differently to us than.
I would hope so.
Otherwise, it knows deception, and we're
there's
kind of
certainly a
fucked.
whole lot less nimble rights in the city than there are, people. So I mean,
Yes.
even if there is more than one, there's still not like a common
So,
like everywhere we go, this thing's just to be going off all the time. Like,
so any hint is worth investigating.
right.
Until we can get a list
I mean, I
and
know
start
they're not-
scratching them off.
I know they're not commonplace, because look at TKO here. I'm pretty sure he's one of a kind. But,
Well, that's assuming that this thing even triggers to him
Right.
at all.
I am not a nimble right.
It's true. But you're closer to what a nimble right is than what we are.
I'm not a nimble.
I agreed with you. Check that box. Well,
I'm just going to start wandering back towards the end.
No, we'll start kind of walking and talking.
All right, Elvis. You have been searching for the talking horse that I believe it was the Harpers
Yeah.
sent you to find. Can you make a investigation check for me?
I can. 26, because I got a nat 20.
Yeah. So you actually
You found the horse. Good
The
job.
horse
We're done.
finds you.
Right.
you luck out and you actually
Do I get hit points for going full?
you basically are like, all right, well, I know that it pulls
Oh, that's a 20.
a dray, right? So it's basically like a taxi.
Okay. Right.
And they had told you that, so you kind of just went to the busiest kind of area of town, thinking, well, probably gonna pass through here. at some point. And actually, within like probably about 10 minutes of you being there, you see a horse that the driver drops somebody off, and the guy kind of standing around waiting to see if anybody else can come pay and take over. You see the guy kind of leaning up. He's talking to the horse, which at first doesn't seem that weird. People talk to their animals from time to time.
Okay.
But this guy seems to be having it's quiet, it's kind of low key, but you're keeping your eye out, for this kind of thing. Seems like this guy seems to be having a legit conversation. So you think maybe you found him rather quickly. Eventually, you see the driver of the dray sort of pat the horse on the back and then kind of wander off into an alley. And the horse kind of just stands there and kind of paws
Chilling
at
out,
the
being a horse.
chills out being a horse, yeah. And you kind of have an opportunity to walk up to it.
Okay, so remind me, because it's been a while since I got this job from the Harpers. It was to find the horse, and then what?
All right, so you know that the horse's name is Maxine.
Okay.
And that you're supposed to find out if she has learned the identity of any Zent operatives, and if so, determine their whereabouts.
Okay. So I gotta ask the horse what they know.
Yeah.
Of course. This is your chance to pull a Rick Moranis.
Yes.
I'm the gatekeeper.
Yeah, he walks up to the horse in
Like,
Times Square or Central Park, wherever it was, and talks to
I'm the keymaster. Are you the gatekeeper?
all right. So I will saunter up to the horse and be like, how do I go about doing this? I've never talked to livestock before. Hello!
Kind of turns his head and looks you dead in the eye. I mean, it's basically...
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
high level.
Yeah. And it's just sort of like, kind of quietly said, it's obviously would be weird to most people if we're talking horse, but it also doesn't seem like overly trying to hide itself. It just knows it doesn't need to be super conspicuous. You know?
I mean, we live in a place with sea elves and magic. So
right. So it just kind of turns and looks at you and is just like, hi.
I'm supposed to find out some things for the Harpers. You got any information from 'em?
And Planks and he's like, Harper's? I don't know what you're talking about.
Good, neither do I.
And just kind of like turns his head. And, like,
No,
looks
this would be
away,
the
like,
part normally where I would take you to a bar, but this would be tough to get you in.
Yeah. I don't really
What
do well with alcohol, anyways.
I'll give her an apple.
because I got an apple.
You're drunk, of course you got an apple.
I mean, those jeans.
Is that what it takes? You just get drunk and bammo apples?
I mean,
That's why they say that having a drink or two a day is good for your health, because apples appear and then you eat apples and apples are good for you because an apple a day keeps the doctor away. It's
Because doctors are deathly allergic to apples.
right.
that's true.
And as anybody knows, if a doctor can't tell you what's wrong with you, there's nothing wrong with you. If you don't go see the doctor, you're fine.
That's why everyone in the house lived.
Okay. Continue.
I like that idea. So, you can, how does this work? Do I like give you money to take me somewhere, or how does that?
It's a horse, not
I
a
mean,
prostitute.
if you need a ride, it is a dray. I mean, if you need a ride somewhere, you can pay the driver, and
Wow.
I'll pull you wherever you need to go. But he's taking a piss in the alley over there. It doesn't point. It just sort of
Right,
moves
just
his
kind
head.
of
Two forearms come out of his chest over there.
that way.
Oh, now I don't feel good.
Look at what you've done.
Yeah, I know that, Glenn.
See, in my mind, I'm seeing the cow from Top Secret.
It's just a dude in like in a horse suit.
Yeah.
Better than the cow from Cow and Chicken.
Oh.
Oh, hello! Are you my big brother?
Yeah.
Oh Lord!
Make a persuasion check.
Thank you. 16.
Okay. So you eventually are like, no, seriously, I work for the Harpers. I'm kind of a noob. I'm an initiate. Sort of, you drop the name of Mert, who was the person you had spoken to, had given you the mission, and eventually Maxine's sort of like, okay, yeah, you seem like you're on the up and up. All right, I do remember giving a ride to an elf and a half-orc. The elf had kind of almost looked like he had a really bad fake tan, like bronze-colored skin, and
That's your Cuban.
and the half-orc with him seemed to be some kind of muscle, like really a lot of arms and armor, not which looked around like most people, looks at you for like most people don't aren't usually outfitted like that around here. So I think it was I picked him up over at I don't remember some intersection. And I'm pretty sure I dropped him off at the Yawning Portal.
The Yawning Portal.
Your Honor,
She sort of shakes her head and like, I think they said talking about hiring spies to root out Xanathar Guild and their hideouts. Says let's see. I'm trying to remember if I can any other distinguishing marks or characteristics of the two. Like I said, the half orc was definitely a female.
Female half.
Heavily armed and armored. Well, heavily. But not like plate mail or anything. But
she's fat.
Thick.
No, she's just gangbanging.
Two C's.
Oi, oi. Yeti Sunny.
Yeah, that's the elf seemed to be just sort of like in some
Pants.
robes, cloak, fairly well dressed. Nothing super expensive, but it looked nice.
So attuned to Withered Hearts lands.
Yeah, that's all I got right now.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll report this back, and if I had a carrot to give you, I would tip you in carrots, because I don't know how to tip a horse. Thanks.
Much like tipping a cow.
She's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be offended by that.
I don't know if you should either.
Anyway, let's just take the information back to Mert. He'll know what to do with it.
Got that. All right. Thanks. Well,
You should definitely be the face of this party.
I will head back. I will try to see if I can find Mert and let him know what this information is.
Okay. You are able to. He told you that if you ever need, basically find him at his manor, it's in the Sea Ward.
Okay.
So if you want to head that way,
Let's head back to the Sea Ward.
okay. The Sea Ward, not the Sea Word. Just
Word.
This is
The
important
same word
information.
comes later,
yeah.
after midnight.
Live after midnight.
No, didn't.
So the rest of you crew, Mike, I guess you've been hanging out at the inn. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose unless I'm needed, just cleaning about the inn, doing, trying to little by little clean it up before, I imagine I'd probably also go out and start seeing about, I guess, a construction crew to start, a construction guild or subsidiary or whoever to maybe go and find somebody to start cobbling this shit back together.
Just monk stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can find the guild that would sort of be capable of, it'd take a couple of guilds, really, but,
I mean, there's no general contracting guild. I feel like there should be.
no.
It's a general gilding guild.
There would be, like, you need, like, the, stoneworkers guild, you need the, Carpenters Guild, then there's probably, there is probably a construction guild, so you have to source all of your parts from the various guilds and then
Right.
have that stuff gone to the construction crew and then so on,
And then for the state permits, and zoning boards and city council.
All that stuff is largely already been determined. Like, you're gonna need money.
Yeah, basically, I want to, like, I mean, I don't know, well, I guess, yeah, it wouldn't make sense to do that.
They're not gonna start working without payment.
Right.
So, the question is,
We need coin, man.
how much coin do you have? And are you willing to spend it on this?
You'll get a free estimate and sell it in your commercial.
You need to get things started. You need about 1,250 gold.
Yarp.
Yarp.
Damn.
Imagine how much that is in copper.
Buku Dragon.
Like if you were on a heist.
We need to find like a forgotten, a forgotten cache of gold.
Yeah.
Get some money. Why don't you work on that?
Oh, wait a minute.
All right, I mean, I guess I'll putz around to the Hand of Light Guild. We have the power, motherfuckers, with the glove and the ceremony.
The Order of the Silver Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you gonna do? You're just going to do what?
See if there's any more jobs.
Okay. Yeah, you go back over there. You see Sabra Bellabranta, who is the female knight that you've sort of been dealing with there. She welcomes you. She, tells you that she's glad that you've arrived, and that she may have some additional work for you.
Excellent.
Actually, I think I already told you about this. Actually, it might not have been you. Didn't somebody else join the Order of the Silver Gauntlet with you?
Vicky did.
Yeah, I think I told Vicky's character about this. And she'll tell you, she said that your friend, she had sent your friend out on a mission, and hasn't heard anything, and wanted you to follow up and maybe see if you could aid her. It says that a notorious thief called the Black Viper, long thought dead, has apparently returned to Waterdeep. She's already robbed at least a dozen noble estates, and no one knows her identity because she wears a mask. But it's reported that in the Waterdeep Wazoo that she's a noble. Find out what else the Broadsheets publisher knows about her and report back to me. So, basically, just trying to hunt down this thief. He's been gone for a long time, seems to be back. The paper, the local news broadsheet, seems to have some sort of information, some sort of source or something, and she wants you to sort of go ask around, ask some questions, and see what they know, and and whatnot.
Just dropping frames like crazy.
Tough titty.
Can do.
It's because we're so fat that it just requires too many frames to produce us.
Not enough pixels in the world.
That's right.
There's a series of tubes.
Bullshit. Rosie O'Donnell's been in movies.
Oh.
Those screens are much bigger though.
Oh.
Yeah,
They just
that's why we only stream to small screens.
Oh,
Is that why my TV got heavier every time she was on it?
yeah. That's right. You can only watch Hypothetical Heroes if you're watching on a screen at 32 inches or smaller.
The sheer density of that screen.
Yeah.
Anywho,
going back to game.
So
We have a game?
What?
the other three of you who are leaving the temple, you eventually start making your way back in the direction of Troll Skull Alley. Do you guys decide to, try the Nimblewright detector before you guys get back there? Or?
Well, I'm sure I would just kind of keep playing with it as we're
The further you get away from the temple, the less activity it has. Eventually, it just kind of stops doing much of anything other than just a very basic sort of Yes, I'm on kind of rotation and stuff.
Well, I think it's proper to note that TK does not affect this thing. That's good.
Yeah, very good.
That still doesn't help us on where to go.
TK's a real boy.
That's true.
That doesn't help us figure out where we need to go next.
Well, we start here in this ward where we're.
Well, you guys are. Let's see. What ward are you guys actually in currently?
It's the Trollscar Alley is located in North Ward.
Yeah, Trollskull Alley is in North Ward, but I'm trying to see where's the temple supposed to be at. Temple of Gond. Temple of Gond.
The temple
Doesn't
of
really
Bonk on the
say.
head.
The Pow Clam.
Pop it, pow, clam.
Refreshing.
Them sound effects.
Yeah. Almost lifelike.
Yeah. So, alright, we'll say, you're in the North Ward. Heading back to Trollskull Alley.
The name's gotta be flipped around.
What?
Like over Ben's.
Oh, does the bit?
Yeah, he says Ariel and his says Matthias. It's supposed to be the other way around.
No.
We'll flip it.
So what?
The names of the characters are.
Put the name down, flip it, and reverse it.
Reverse.
Because his says Ariel, you, and then you say Matthias.
I think Nate's different.
Because he's handy like that.
Nate does get it pretty handy.
So you guys are in the North Ward. You're kind of walking through. You're kind of just periodically just playing with this thing, just kind of like, whatever.
It's got airplane mode.
And eventually, as you're walking through North Ward, it starts seeming to pick something up. It's every time you sort of pull the trigger for a second or two, you notice it's kind of whirring a little faster and making a little bit of noise.
All right. Well, we might have something here. I mean, no guarantee that it's our boy, but some action's better than none. Maybe we should.
What direction?
Well, there's no way to tell. We just got to keep going, and if it gets slower, we go back the way we came, and then go a different direction.
Right now, you guys are heading north towards Trollskull Alley. It seems to be getting stronger.
I was gonna say, I didn't say it out loud. I said, look at the what direction is it going? Oh, big head in the sky. What direction are we going?
Right now, you guys are heading north, and it's getting stronger.
So it looks like it's reacting northern direction. Northern direction.
Well, I'd say we just, if it keeps getting faster, we just keep walking forward until it starts either going way crazy or
make a.
They could probably stop off at the manor to see if anyone else is there.
I'll guys over there.
You guys are probably about 35 minutes away from the.
No, that's we're a little bit ways. You said you want me to do something?
Yeah. Let's make it a.
Constitution.
We're just gonna make it a straight intelligence roll.
Intelligence.
Don't be dumb.
16.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to kind of follow it a bit. You guys keep heading north, and then it kind of starts to. You notice it's kind of dying down a little bit. You turn back around. You're able to kind of, get going in the right direction again. You're now headed west a bit more towards the center of town. still in the North Ward, but more center of the ward. You guys walk a little bit further. You're now starting to get into an area that's got a lot more kind of larger estates. The houses are much less compact.
You in the hood, baby.
No, the opposite of the hood.
The white hood.
The rich hood.
You know, now you instead of like where Troll Skull Alley is, it's a lot of almost other than the businesses obviously, but it's almost row style homes or buildings. You know, where like everything shares a wall. It's just sort of big long stretches of yeah. Right, you're starting to get into an area where each home has a very distinct plot of land that it sits on with like fencing around it, you know, yards, things like that. Like I said, much more estately. Not necessarily, when you first get in, they're not necessarily what you would consider, you know, the super wealthy or, you know, nobility or anything like that, but definitely people that make a good living. But as you keep following this thing, it kind of takes you further and further into this sort of district within the North Ward, and eventually the houses do get pretty sizable. You pass by some that you imagine probably very much are, you know, homes of nobles of Waterdeep. Maybe even some of the merchant guild leaders or, you know, merchant masters and stuff like that. And eventually this thing's just going nuts now. In fact, as you walk by, and, the streets aren't super busy, but there's definitely people walking through here, most of them dressed fairly well, and they probably would have been giving you all odd looks anyways, simply because you're all in arms and armor and things like that. And nobody else around here is. They're all in very nice, you know, suits and dresses and things like that. But even more so, this thing's making a racket as you continue. Eventually, as you get to a point where, like, no matter where you go, it kind of starts to die down just a bit, and you find at its peak, you're standing more or less just outside of a fairly good-sized estate. It's a 2-story villa with sort of a large brick wall around it, a gate to get in. Through the gate, you can kind of see the yard. It has like a nice little pathway that kind of branches through the yard. It has some nice, you know, gardening there and stuff like that. And the pretty nice estate. You're not sure whose it is, but
well, I think we found where the source of this stuff is coming from.
This place right here.
Yeah, but yeah, these the rich people of Waterdeep. They're not going to be too keen to just answer a bunch of would-be mercenaries.
Yeah. My thoughts. I share that sentiment. I certainly don't want to, you know, be accused of breaking and entering either.
No, that's not quite your guys' style. I mean, how do you want to play this? We can just walk in and start asking questions, but we're not here on anyone's authority.
No.
I'm elsewhere, yeah.
yeah. Right now, I'm assuming, heading to this sort of newspaper.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, at the very least, we have a map. I'm sure we
Do you got like in game have a map?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay. I would probably know the area well enough.
Yeah.
We just got to remember.
The buildings are addressed, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, we at least need to remember this address. I mean, we could knock on the gate or try to get the attendant to come up and, at the very least, maybe ask if a nimble right is owned by whoever owns this house. Otherwise, if someone doesn't know, says no, well, we know the line. They're hiding something.
It's worth a shot.
You do know that you write down the address and you know that the street is it's Sardone Street. Sardone Saerdoun Street. It is also like early afternoon right now. The sun is high in the sky. If you guys did want to try to break in, now's probably not the best time.
Negative.
Yeah, we probably don't want to break in.
Kick the
at
door.
all.
Ring the floor.
Yell out, it's a stick up.
You'd be right. Reverse vampires.
There's like a gate, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even like a wrought iron fence, around this thing. It's like a true privacy wall, like, an 8-foot tall solid brick wall that goes around with just a gate to get in. And you can that gate is like a wrought iron thing. You can see through that a little bit into the.
If I stand on my toes.
Kind of just.
If you stand on your toes, you could maybe sort of like pull yourself up and look over a little bit, but without pulling yourself up more, you're not gonna be able to see in the yard. You might be able to see like the second floor of the house.
Without making too much noise, I tried to gently kind of knock the gate. So
That would
like,
probably
wow.
look
It's
pretty
Okay.
super conspicuous, though.
Go the legs.
Don't
Well,
have those.
We don't want them to think that we're casing the joint. Try to steal shit.
Yeah, like I said, there are still people there's just people walking up and down the street right now.
Right.
So.
Let's keep moving.
Probably like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like,
Yeah,
let's go.
I tend to agree. The priestess said she was going to get us a list of people who rightfully own these things. So, pretty simple matter to cross-reference this address with the list she gives us.
So we keep this place fresh in our mind, and then we get the list and see if this address shows up on that list.
We can keep walking around, try to find other areas where this thing goes twirly bonkers, and go from there.
Yeah, you guys could continue looking around, trying to find other places that maybe set it off.
Look it up. It's in a book.
If you want, you could try to ask around to see if you can get the name of the people who who live in that villa.
Yeah, I'll probably ask them by a passerby.
Okay. Make
a non-rapey check.
Make a persuasion. Well, because there's no diplomacy anymore, right? So it's either persuasion or intimidation.
Persuasion.
No diplomacy?
Yeah, just a persuasion check.
Good.
Huh?
It's only a 5.
Yeah.
You offended someone.
There lives
You're a armed and armored, scruffy-looking individual in a very well-to-do area. Nobody wants to stop and answer any questions that you want to pose to them. And anybody who you do happen to corner certainly does not give you any answers about that.
Are there any like town guards nearby? I would have to assume in a wealthy area.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's guards that kind of patrol the area. Yeah, there appear to be. You can hear faint voices from inside on the grounds. You imagine there's probably servants or attendees, or probably even potentially a lot. You know, because of sort of how you've made some of your livings in Waterdeep. A lot of these kind of areas, most of these fairly well-off homes, they tend to employ at least a couple, either their people as personal bodyguards or protection for the homes and stuff like that. So whether they, sometimes they'll just pay city guard when they're off duty, so the city guard can make some extra coins, kind of freelancing, or sometimes they'll hire. The more wealthy people will have their own personal set of guards they just pay. They are it's the same people day in and day out.
I see you going as a gardener. Hey, S.A., you need any gardening? Huh?
Why do these people believe us to be turn papers?
That would make sense.
Turn papers. Huh?
Essays.
Oh.
Yay, the joke sucked, but Glenn made it work.
Good one, man.
I thought he meant something else.
Anyways, so the gate to this place, is it like a wrought iron? Can we clearly see into the
Yeah, the gate itself is wrought iron. It's it's also 8 feet tall. Has kind of like the sort of spiky top to it. But you can see in. And if you sat there and watched long enough, you might get an idea of how many people or who all is in the yard. You're also going to be rather conspicuous.
I was gonna see if I could see one of the lawn people or one of the servants. Maybe ask them, is this whose residence this is? We could do that. That also kind of looks conspicuous.
Well, I keep getting them armed, so no one's gonna really no average person's gonna talk to us. We're gonna go talk to a guard or something.
Are there any like city workers, like maybe street sweepers, poop guildsmen?
This late in the this late in the day, not really. If you came back early in the morning, really early in the morning, probably there would be. But like I said, it's probably 1:30 p.m., 2 p.m.
All right. I scan around, just sort of like I see a random guard walking around, city watch person.
After a couple minutes, you guys are kind of walking around, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible.
Right.
Not just standing in one place. You do eventually see like a couple guards. Well, you have a couple options. There's either every few blocks there's a city guard like post box, basically where guards sort of hang out. That way people know, like, if you're in trouble, you can always run to one of these things. There will be city guard there.
Blue? No.
You have one of those. There's a few of those, and if you go in any given direction, eventually you'll find one. There are in this area patrolling city guard as well, so you see some of them as well. You can try to catch up to them.
I'll catch up to one of them.
Okay. Sure, you run up. They kind of look at you funny because you definitely don't look like you belong in the area. But you're also not doing anything wrong, so they're just sort of like, how can we help you?
Hey guys, how's it going? Do you happen to know who might live in that spectacular looking house over there? And I point in the direction of that villa.
They're like, that's the
Weeble wobble. They don't fall down.
The Growlhounds? No, the Growlins. Growlins? Henry Growlins.
So the Growlins. Okay.
Growlins. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Well, alright. This is an old question, and I know that we're out of sorts here. But we're trying to find some information. Do you know if the Growlins own Nimble right?
I have no idea. I mean, I suppose possible. I mean, they're pretty well off.
Yeah, everyone around here is pretty well off. Like I said,
I've never seen any walking around here. So if they do, then
that's actually pretty useful information. So you've not ever seen one just hopping around. That's good to know.
But I mean, maybe if they have one just for doing odds and ends in the house, it would never have a reason to leave the house. So I don't know.
You're right. Well, we appreciate your time, officer. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Sure, guys. Just so you know, like walking around an area like this. Swords and whatnot dangling at your hips. You're gonna freak people out. You guys really should. It's not against the law, but really, it's probably best if you leave that stuff.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to go back to our residence yet, and we just we came from another incident where we were sort of not really involved in, but kind of got caught up in, and we're just now. Yeah.
We don't care about any of that. We're just letting you know, especially in these kind of residences, they get a little unnerved when they see people walking around arm in arms. These people have a lot to lose, so they don't like feeling threatened by people walking around their neighborhood. So.
Duly noted.
I understand.
We'll be taking all leave from this area. Thank you again.
Oh, who are we waving at?
Brian.
Fine.
Oh, hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian, you're
What
not
up,
here.
pimpin'?
Just want to rub that in.
Oh my God, Brian, your wife better be bowling. I'm gonna be so mad at you for not being here.
You can't go out on Saturdays. Fridays are my night. Oh, switch.
Well, but she bowls on Saturday. That's her league day.
Oh my God.
That's why I'm saying she better be
Bowling
bowling,
happens on Friday.
but not her league.
Oh,
Join a different league.
I don't roll on Shabbos.
That's right.
That's right. She don't roll on Shabbos.
Shabbos?
Oh my God.
Nobody
Did you not
fucks
see-
with Jesus, man.
Yes,
So yeah, that's about all that happens. They kind of
Alright,
just like
they
tell
walked
you.
away. They walked away from us. So.
Yep.
Well, we can keep walking around and try to find another.
I was going to attempt to make up a story about we lost a Nimblewright and we're looking for it.
That wouldn't give us access to the house.
No, it wouldn't. But
Wait, for the time being, we should probably stay as up and up on this as possible. We don't want to get into any. We don't want to give the city guard any more reason to put us in front of that damn magistrate again.
no.
So,
Maybe we should go back to Trill School Alley and just disarm for a bit.
well, yeah, maybe we can hook up with the others and
All right.
do
Let's see.
stuff.
Elvis.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing?
I went to go let the guy know about the guy about the horse.
Oh right, you're going to Mertz.
see a guy about a horse.
No,
Well,
see a horse about a guy.
And now you're thinking about a guy about the guy with the horse
Really?
off. Yeah. Right. Whatever. All right. You eventually get out to the Sea Ward. You find Mertz
Yes.
place. You knock on the door, and a man opens. It's not Mert.
Okay.
He kind of opens the door, and he's just kind of like, yes. He's kind of older, maybe in his 50s.
I've been looking for Mertz.
Yes, the master is not here at the moment. Do you have any business? What business do you have with him?
He asked for some information, and I'm here to deliver it.
Can you deliver it to me?
I'd rather not.
Okay. 1 second, and he shuts the door. Mert! Mert! He comes back. He comes back a few minutes later. He hands you.
my room.
He comes back a few minutes later. He looks like he's got some stuff in his hands. He opens the door and ushers you in. You walk into an entry foyer. You have a rather nice home.
Swanky.
There's looks to be an expensive rug on the floor. Some nice paintings. A large hand carved
That's a great bed.
banister on a large staircase that leads up to a second floor and
Okay.
everything. It's a very nice place.
Cool.
Off to one side in the entry foyer looks to be a little writing desk. The gentleman ushers you sort of over, and he places a piece of parchment down on it, ink and quill, and some sealing wax and a stamp.
Got it.
And he's like, he's kind of steps back and he's just kind of like,
Okay. Well, write him a note saying, this is what the horse found. Downing portal. Elf with a bad-looking tan. Possibly female half-orc.
make a
like,
make a history roll.
history. Oh God, history.
I'm gonna give you advantage because you're an elf.
13. It's 14 there, and
He's a water
12. So
Alright.
14 total.
He's Aquaman.
He's a
It's-
Marilagian elf.
The bronze skin elf sounds like probably a sun elf.
Oh. I forgot that was a thing.
I hate
Because you're drunk.
Yes!
All
All
the
the time! Okay.
You've definitely encountered more than one in your
Gotcha.
travels.
Alright. So, we'll use the top of the feather to quill to erase that line
Yeah,
and
that's
say,
how it works.
yeah, that's how it works. And say,
Just you start tickling it like, well, why is it not
Just-
erasing?
damn it, Admiral! I'll throw it again.
You have to use the blue feather.
I'm imagining this giant fucking like pink one that just says for the really big mistakes. Remember those in like middle school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Giant
Yeah.
fucking dongs.
Alright, so you write the message and kind of fold it up. There's a envelope there that you place down as well. Make a perception check.
Nat 20.
Okay. When you pick up the stamp,
everything.
you take a look at the stamp itself, and you notice the design is kind of like looks like an intricate kind of calligraphy type thing, and you actually notice at first it looks like maybe it was just like an M for Mert or something like that, or it might have been, you don't know what his last name is, so it might be for that. But it seems odd though, because even in calligraphy it'd be a strange way to write the letter, and you realize that if you turn this stamp sort of, no, not upside down, just sort of, if you turn the orientation of it a bit, so you're not would be the, you're not stamping. You have to kind of hold it oddly to do it, because the way the handle for the stamp is, it wants you to stamp it so it looks like an M. But if you turn it, it actually looks like the symbol becomes what looks to be a symbol you saw on Mert on a like a pin that Mert was wearing at the theater when you saw him, that you were told was a symbol for the Harpers. So if you turn it just so, when you stamp it, it will actually end up looking like a Harper symbol and not like this sort of. So how do you pour the sealing wax and you go to stamp it? How are you going to stamp it?
I'm gonna stamp it like Merch's pin.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of. That's what this is for. So.
Right. All right.
Sorry, bud. Wrong path.
Oh no! We gotta run back. What is Netflix?
I wish I could make a Black Mirror joke here, but I haven't watched that yet. Well, I've watched the series, but not the new.
Yeah, see, I haven't watched the series. I've just watched.
You should watch the series.
I wish you wouldn't do that, because now I don't. Whenever someone says it, I don't.
No, you're not gonna.
Don't watch it, man.
Don't watch it. It's pretty terrible.
I mean,
Yeah, but then I also respect your opinion. So
What series is this?
Black Mirror. No, I've heard it's good. I want to watch it. Just haven't.
If you like
Fantastic.
being
disgusted.
disgusted at the end of everything you watch,
You'll love it.
you'll love it.
I really like the Bandersnatch.
Yeah, I haven't
I
watched it.
thought it was pretty fun.
All right, so you stamp that, and then after doing so, the gentleman sort of ushers you out, and
Okay.
he says, "I'm terribly sorry. The master is a very busy man. He's not always at home."
I can understand that. Just see he gets the letter and be having a nice day.
He nods and sort of sees you out.
How many R's did you sign that note with?
As many as there are. R.
And he's there, "Arr."
It's just horse said hi.
Not known for my literacy.
Ben, is that your New Year's resolution hoodie?
Huh?
Is that your New Year's resolution
Is that
hoodie?
your New Year's resolution haircut? No, they're one of my biggest clients. They give me free shit. I wear free clothes.
I mean,
Fair.
that's fair. Mike.
Yes.
Stallings. Arjun.
Yes.
So you you're told where the Waterdeep Wazoo, where their sort of publication does business out of, or their printing press and everything else is, and it takes you a while. It takes you probably 2 hours or so to walk there.
Mm-hmm.
But you eventually get there, or you could get if you want to pay some money for a dray, it'd probably take you about 20 to 30 minutes. A dray, like a horse-drawn carriage.
Just don't forget about your horse-drawn carriage.
Right, I was just like...
It's like an Uber, but with horses.
And better speakers,
Just don't
I guess.
Some of them talk.
That's right. Don't forget about your drink.
Yeah, and some Uber drivers.
Yeah, I guess I'll, it'd be kind of nice to, like, be able to pay attention to the city, like, going through a carriage ride wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay. It'll probably cost you about, say, a silver.
One schmeckle.
One
schmeckle. Yeah, I can do that.
It's a spadoinkle.
What a spadoinkle day.
Yes.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll take the cab.
Okay. It takes you about 20 minutes then to get there. 30 minutes. Eventually, when you're dropped off, you see a not a huge building, reasonably sized. Looks very similar to a lot of the other buildings you see about town. Nothing really special about it. Sign sort of hangs outside that says the Waterdeep Wazoo, and in some of the windows it'll say, got a scoop, make some coin, blah blah blah. So like stuff trying to invite people to come in and give them information on stuff that they might be able to print and stuff. You go inside and you see a man at a counter. He's sort of busily writing. See behind him, you see kind of a hustle of bustle, a number of desks and other people sort of moving about, talking to each other, writing. You see you can hear. It's not in this room, but you can still hear the sound somewhere in the back room. Some sort of machinery running, and yeah.
Right. I'm supposed to look for this guy and do what now?
You're supposed to get information about what the paper knows about the Black Viper.
Okay. I'll approach the desk and politely, ask for the point of contact that I need to speak to.
The man looks up and he's like, well, you're in luck. I am the owner and publisher here. Gaxley Rudderbust.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Show me pictures of
Judge Rudderbus. That's a shitty ride.
A damn it, pen. Yeah, I extend my hand. I give my name. Like, my name's Arjun. I work for the Hand of what the temple that I'm currently working for, I guess. And I ask him, this is information I need to track down a criminal and potentially stop future vandalism.
He's like, huh. Well, that's great, but this is my livelihood, and if I just gave away my sources and for nothing, well, nobody would want to talk to me. So, or any of my employees. Well, so, I'm not really keen on just giving out information to people who come in here saying they need information. You want information? You read the Waterdeep Wazoo. That's where you get your information.
How about this? I won't ask for information for free. We'll say I'll work for it. You're a paper. You write stories. I need to find a certain person that these particular people that you may have information on. So if you'd like a story, I will go out and get you information for a story.
What information? Well, here's the problem. You're essentially asking me, how about this? All right, I'll make a deal. Because you're asking me to pay you for a job you're not yet done. So you go find the Black Viper. Come back. I'll tell you what I know about it. 'Cause I only pay people for jobs that are done.
Fair enough. I need a starting point, though. Big town.
Read the paper. Here. He pulls out a drawer, slaps. Copy on me. Here you go.
Fair enough. I'll just take the paper and,
the NPC.
you know, I'll as I'm walking out, you know, I hold the paper up. I'll let you know what I find.
Sounds great.
I guess Arjun would leave kind of pissed because he's still not used to the mentality of, yeah. So he'll, I mean, I guess begrudgingly, if anything, read the paper and figure out what, you know.
I mean, paper doesn't really give you any information other than what Savra already told you, and basically that, you know, it says Black Viper, you know, long since gone, believed to disappeared from Waterdeep, seems to have returned, has been has stolen property from a dozen noble estates. You know, been knows Black Viper was known to wear a mask to hide her identity. But it says that the Waterdeep Wazoo has, you know, sources, trusted sources that, you know, tell us that Black Viper herself, or is a noble herself, and, you know, goes on to, like, make a bunch of speculations, like, you know, could this be, you know, rivaling noble houses, blah, 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 this, that, blah, you know, whatever.
Okay.
Nothing really more than what Savra had already told you.
Entirely useless. This guy won't seem to be any help.
I mean, all you did was go in and ask.
I mean, that's true. I mean, I imagine trying to buy him off, you know, that probably would not have worked so well.
I don't know. Possibly, possibly not.
All right, I've got it. I'm gonna walk back in with the paper, and
Bad boy.
I'll set it like on the counter. I was like, this is only half the story. How much for the other half?
Well, $100 gold.
I'm sorry, Jesus.
No.
No.
It's survivor's guilt, Donna.
As a reporter, I'm sure you've seen lots of things.
No, I'm no reporter. I'm a publisher.
And an editor.
And editor.
Did you just make that?
I put it on the camera.
God damn it.
What?
God damn it.
Oh, God. I was going to be more impressed if that was just a meme already.
It should be.
It needs to be there.
It is now.
That's great.
Well, point being, I'm sure you've seen a lot, and by the way that I look, I can pretty well tell that you know I am not from anywhere close to around here. A lot of your customs are really confusing, irritating, and I find that offer is about as incomplete as your journalism. I need information. My boss pointed me here. I feel like we could be both in a mutually beneficial relationship. You could get a better, more complete story, and I can get what I need, and things can keep moving. Where I'm from, things aren't this problematic and difficult. You people are strange.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you
Make make a persuasion check.
14 plus. I feel like I should be able to add wisdom to it because I don't have any charisma.
Well, no, you add charisma. When you don't have any, you add nothing to it.
Yeah, I know.
Not wrong.
I feel like I should be able to add strength because that's what I'm really good. If I add strength
Try intimidating him.
my persuasion check.
Yeah, I feel like I No, 14 outright.
All right.
That's
He
scary.
kind
That's
of
an asshole.
he kind of sighs and he's like, "All right, look. Don't want anybody saying I've never helped a budding reporter before.
You would never have.
So, I'll tell you a little bit more. My sources say Black Viper is none other than the secret, evil, twin sister of Amalia Castellanter.
What?
She wears the mask to hide a disfigured face.
Bullshit! From all the way across town.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Inside check if you don't know.
Huh.
Clark Kent wears glasses. Superman doesn't. How can you not see that?
Would I mean, just by being, around town, would I know what that name means?
Yeah, you have probably heard it in past. You don't know much about the Castellanterns, like their history or anything about their family or anything like that. But you know that they are one of probably the wealthiest nobles in all of Waterdeep. You know that they're also generally fairly highly regarded by the population. You don't typically, when you hear people talking about them, their names being dropped, no one's saying anything too really bad about them, anything like that.
Do I get the feeling that this guy is a conspiracy theorist paper dude? Like,
I don't know,
is he Alec Jones?
Make an insight check.
Insight. 17.
I mean, you get the idea that this guy believes what he's telling you.
Okay.
Now, I mean, it seems far-fetched, but you also know nothing about the Castellanders. You have maybe Amalia Castellander does have a secret evil twin sister. This guy seems hell-bent on the idea. You don't know him well enough to know whether or not he's,
I gotcha.
bent on conspiracy theories. This is your first interaction with him. It's,
Well, if I read the paper, like I didn't know if
Sure,
it
but
got a
the
tabloid
paper doesn't say-
feel or like.
I mean, I wouldn't say tabloid feel. It definitely seems to maybe err on the side of sensationalism, right? It likes to take information that it has and make a few leaps of faith with that information, right? But none of them are typically, those leaps are at least within the rounds of feasibility, right? They're not like, oh, so and so, bought, we know that Amalia Castellanter bought a new puppy. I bet, she's gonna murder it or whatever. They're not outlandish, they're not ridiculous jumps. They're jumps. They're to get readers,
Right. Okay. All right. I guess I will thank him for that information. Is there any place with like public record that would have any baseline information on the Castellaners?
I mean, you could go to the magistrate, but getting information about a noble house, like especially some that are high up as Castellaners, you could try. I don't know that you should expect a lot of results. you know, but
Like I couldn't get addresses or like known businesses.
oh
like
yeah,
just
no,
public
you,
records.
yeah, you could, I mean, you could probably find out where they live. Definitely, you could definitely easily find out where they live. You don't even need to go to the magistrate for that. You ask around a little bit, people are like, oh yeah, the Castellaners live down there. Everyone freaking knows where they live.
Okay. All right. I will make my way down to their estate and basically just observe it. Like, just I'll walk by, fuck around in the marketplace, maybe buy a sandwich. I don't know, whatever monks do. Or if
Not eat sandwiches, that's for sure.
No,
That's right.
very austere. You just get the bread and the water. But no, I'll do my usual of like going into the market and buying like a couple of small baubles for like the evening offering, and then just walk around noticing, basically the layout, anywhere that I might be able to get cover, concealment, coming back later in the nighttime.
Okay. It's going to take you some time to get out to the Castellaners estate. It's in the C ward. It's not.
It's a C word.
Yeah. It's not. It's going to be. By the time you get there, it'll probably start to be sundown. By the time you get there, because it's probably 2:30.
Okay.
Or so in the afternoon. Now it's probably going to take you a good. Well, if you paid for another dray, you might be able to get out there in 45 minutes. Otherwise, it's probably going to take you 2.5. Well. Yeah, 2.5, 3 hours to walk out there.
Yeah, I'll cop another dray.
Alright. Probably another silver.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, within 45 minutes, you'll be out there. You guys with the dingle hopper, the nimble right detector. So you guys wanted to keep walking around town, seeing if this thing goes off at all. Is that right?
And that's what I was going to suggest. We either do that or we go back to the house to see if anyone else wants to come along. But
I'm just
otherwise,
following you guys.
otherwise, I don't really have much of a plan other than walk around and see if we can get a couple of more places on the to be able to check out. But that's about all I had.
So,
Yeah.
back to Troll Skull Alley or walking around the city?
Maybe we should go back.
I mean, it's still early in the day. I can still walk around a little bit. Just maybe go to some of the other wards real quick and circle back around, around dinner.
Perhaps if we're going to
Yeah.
wander the city, you guys should carry concealed weapons. Or at least small ones.
And that would still kind of necessitate us going back to the house.
I mean, you pretty much
Yes.
just have daggers, though, don't
No,
you?
I have a rapier
Oh.
and a
Crossbow.
or a hand crossbow.
Yeah. The hand crossbow's
Small enough I could probably
You
hide
probably-
it, but
yeah,
rapier, I ain't
rapier.
hiding.
Yeah. The
You just stick it down
is
your
the
pants
map
leg and
around
walk
here
with a
somewhere?
limp.
Is the big fold out map of Waterdeep around here somewhere?
Is that
Probably.
right there
Right where?
in the tray? Under the black tarp stuff?
Ah, yeah.
Is that it?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So
Excuse me. Might have to be the firmware.
so actually I was wrong. Growlin Villa is actually to the east of Troll Skull Alley. I was thinking it was more center town, but it's not. It's actually closer to the edge of town. But that's okay. It doesn't make much of a difference here. So the C Ward is straight west of North Ward where you guys are at. It'll take a while to get over there if you're if you're going to the dock ward, that's south. So if you're going out, I guess I need to know what ward you're going to. There's the field ward, which is north of you guys. It's mostly, you know, a poorer area. People that are like farmhands and stuff like that live within the city.
Where's Troll Skull?
Troll Skull Alley is here.
Okay. And we are...
You're leaving Groll Hunt Villa over here. So it's about, 20 minutes from you from Troll Skull Alley, just walking. And then the Sea Ward is over here. There's a lot of wealthy individuals over here in the Sea Ward. Castle Ward is here in the center.
And be able to make it. Oh, I mean, if we're 15, 20 minutes away from the house there, it would be some hours to make it to the Castle Ward.
Right.
We'd probably...
Unless you took a dray, unless you paid for a dray.
If we're... Or we could just...
Dock Ward's way the hell down here.
Yeah, that would take a long time.
Southern Ward.
I was going to say, maybe we go north in the... Because we're currently in the North Ward, right?
Yep.
We go north, a couple of hours, and then kind of make a big arch and walk our way down back to Troll Skull.
If you go north, I mean, if you're just going through the North Ward, you can do that. You won't really cover anything other than the North Ward. You could go into the Field Ward, but I would say without a roll, most of you would know that there's... Well, that's not to say it's not out there, but nobody out in the Field Ward is...
would have one properly.
Right. That doesn't mean that they don't have... I guess, doesn't mean...
That would be a great place to hide them.
Sure. But it'd be unlikely that any out in the Field Ward would make enough money to own one properly.
Well, what do you guys feel? I mean, you can walk around. Your weapons are hidden all the time, and that really only matters if we're staying around the wealthy.
So, I mean, it matters regardless, but they're the ones going to take the most.
If we walk around the Field Ward and there's a positive, that would be weird.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, do you want to take a cab up there, save us some time, and just go ahead and knock that one off the list, and then make our way back to the Troll Skull by nightfall?
I mean, in theory, you could probably make, depending on how thorough of a sort of scan of the city, if you got a dray and just sort of like took a dray through the city of Waterdeep around different wards, you could probably make a... It'd probably take you a day to cover the whole city. It'd probably cost you a bit, but it would... So, if you're doing it all on foot, it's going to take you multiple days to cover the whole city.
Yep.
If you took a dray and just kind of like had it on while you're driving around in a dray, it would maybe take you a day to cover the whole city loosely. Day and a half if you'd be real frickin' thorough. But it would probably cost you, 15 to 20 gold a day.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, you also gotta think you're basically taking this guy's whole day from him to do that. And then, well, maybe not quite that much. It might be like 8 to 10 gold per day. But
how about we get a cart and I pull it?
Rickshaw.
There are...
I don't think you'd be as fast as a horse is the problem.
Well, I'm sure the horse isn't going to be running.
Each of the three of you make a perception check.
20.
18.
17.
You're all kind of sitting here talking about how to get around the city and kind of survey the city quickly. And the idea of renting a carriage, is like, well, that'd be really expensive. And you bring up the idea of basically rickshawing everybody around in a cart, but then you're like, well, we have to rent the cart. that might not be as expensive, but it'd still be the cost. And all of you, and then like as you guys are talking, you hear sound of like a I wouldn't call it a roar exactly, but it's like a high pitched not high pitched, like a low pitched squawk kind of guttural sound from high in the air. Kind of echoes, and you look up and you see one of the city guard griffin riders sort of just making the circle around. And you think, all of you think simultaneously, if we can get on a freaking griffin, we can cover this whole place real fast. Squawk. Squawk.
Squawk.
Shh. But how are we gonna get on a griffin?
Chirp.
I mean,
or more accurately, how are you going to get on a griffin?
Well, I mean, a couple of you work for factions that probably have good relationships with the city guard.
You are.
I mean, our first good lead has been this particular house. Why don't we just...
Because that's one lead, and there are plenty of places around Waterdeep who have these things legitimately.
Can we at least chase down this one first?
How?
We have to wait for the list from the...
Maybe there has to be a groundskeeper. Look how pristine that area is in there. Like, there's gotta be a groundskeeper.
I did ask if I could see a groundskeeper.
Well,
I mean,
you can see them, but...
I mean, you didn't see one, doesn't mean that one doesn't exist.
Bang on the gate? I don't know.
Well, the problem is we're trying to stay low so that the guards don't give us any shit. And the three of us looking the way we do, we look like we're gonna cause shit in this kind of area. So if we just start knocking on rich people's gates with weapons...
Do we know where the rookery is?
Damn it.
You don't know, but you know people probably know.
Why don't you ask your contacts with the was it the King's Guard? Is that what it's called?
The
Lord's Alliance.
Lord's Alliance. Yeah.
Lord's
Sergeant
Alliance.
Ones.
Maybe they've got.
Yeah.
Maybe they even have
How
access
far away
to
are
one.
they?
They would be centered in the castle ward, which would not be terribly far. A walk from where you're at would be a couple of hours.
Let's get a cart. Let's go.
Yeah, a dray would probably be 30 minutes or so.
Okay. How much is the dray?
That's all.
It's a sea bear.
Well, that's easy. Let's do that.
Okay. We go to the Lord's Alliance.
Okay.
I need to speak with
Bill.
somebody. The quartermaster.
So you have been.
Balls to anyone else but me.
Yes.
It's warm.
Okay.
You're also in a hoodie.
Take that hoodie off. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm wearing clothes underneath.
Do it anyways. You are. I can see the shirt.
Oh, it smells bad.
You've been dealing with
Oh my god, that makes a Lord.
Jalister. What's his name?
You're well.
Jalister Silvermane has been who you have been
Yes.
interacting with.
I mean, I'll talk with him if he's available.
Yeah, he's available. You get there and you ask if Jalister's there. He eventually, they're like, oh yeah, let me go get him. He eventually comes out and he's like, yeah, TK?
Yes,
TK?
sir.
Yes.
Only take money, sir.
How's it going?
TK 420, my
Well, we are currently investigating a thing. And it would be helpful
We are
Good at
if
describing.
my compatriot
Are we there right now?
could access one of the griffins that the watch uses. Is that something that could be arranged?
He sort of kind of strokes his chin a bit and he's like,
He just needs to ride along on
there-
patrol.
there might be a way. actually, your timing may be perfect, but probably need a little bit more information than just you're investigating a thing.
Sir, I'll pipe up. Are you familiar with the explosion that happened in Trollskull Alley?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty aware of that.
Well, that's actually what this is involved with. We seem to believe, or we've come to believe that there is a rogue automaton out there.
His eyes kind of widen, like, and then he kind of like slowly looks over at TK.
I said rogue, not him.
Nimble right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not a rogue. I think he's a barbarian.
What my friend here is trying to say.
Very badly.
Yeah, we have. We're looking into possibly finding this nimble right before it causes any more trouble.
Okay, you think you'll be able to spot it from the air?
We're not actually going to have to spot it. I'll pull out the bobbit. We've got this on loan from the Temple of
Gaunt.
And it'll help us track down nimble rights in general. Now,
Okay.
that's only somewhat useful, but it'll help us start putting a map together of where these things are around the city, and it'll help us find it later on. We're trying to get information on where all of them are in the city.
Okay. Yeah, I might be able to do something with that. Stay here just a few moments, and he kind of heads upstairs, and a few moments later he comes back with actually who's there is the Open Lord herself, Laryl Silverhand. And she's kind of like, first off, it's very nice to meet all of you. I am the Open Lord of Waterdeep, Laryl Silverhand. Shakes your hand.
Ma'am?
I mean, I don't know. What do you do?
I don't know what's quite right.
She sort of like giggles, like laughs a little bit. Sort of
Sure, every proper respect there is in the book.
Don't mind us, man. We're not used to meeting people of such high caliber, so we're not quite sure the proper response to give you.
I appreciate it. A handshake is fine. I am not a.
That was the best ever.
Yeah, weird customs here.
I'm not a royalty. I'm no queen. There's no bowing necessary. I am an elected official, not. That said, I do like to check in here at the Lord's Alliance headquarters from time to time, and just get briefings on what my men and women are getting themselves into, as well as what information they may have and things like that, so that I might better know what's happening inside my city from my trusted eyes and ears. So I happen to be here, and Jarl has told me that
Am I going to get lectured a fourth time for the...
Huh?
Am I going to get lectured a fourth time for the incident with the...
No.
Okay, good.
No.
Thank God.
Gerald tells me that each of you were involved with the explosion that took a number of lives in Troll Skull Alley. Or not in terms of being guilty parties by any means, but it's.
Well, it happened right outside of our property now. We couldn't help but at least be passerbys, if nothing else.
And so you've taken it upon yourself to investigate exactly what happened. And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to chastise that. I understand that TK421
Yes.
Has become a initiate into the Lord's Alliance. So by all means, as long as you maintain Waterdeep's laws, we welcome any information that you might be able to gather, and we're happy to assist your investigation. I happen to have a young griffin at the rookery, a bit of a stubborn one, but we're looking to get him ready to join the cavalry. He has not taken his first flight yet. We need somebody who can break him in. If you guys are looking to get quick access to scour the city, quick means of getting around the city, to find the nimble right, you say, that Gerald told me you believe may be the culprit. Bone Snapper may be the your best bet.
Oh, that makes it easy. I think TK should do it. He ain't got no bones.
I'm probably too large.
Oh, you look great. You look great. I have only got a little bit of experience riding the groundy animals. The whoosh whoosh animals, not so much.
So be it.
I mean, I'll do it. I've got the what's it bobber, but that also means that I've got to learn how to fly goddamn griffin one-handed.
The way he described it, I'm thinking this griffin is like the equivalent of Chet in the Santa Claus.
What? Animal handling?
+3.
Oh, that's 50% higher than mine.
How do you have a 1? I have a +4.
That's,
Oh,
Yeah, but you're
I
not
have
there,
a
are you?
minus.
I don't know.
God, you guys have fun with that.
Where am I?
all right.
We're liable to bring the poor things back.
Yes.
She says,
All right.
You guys ever make a
go
big
ahead.
I'll. No,
What is this?
we
guys?
didn't.
I'm not.
Oh, you're
I'm
not
there.
because I have
No.
+3.
It doesn't matter. None of us are going to be good at it, but. All
Ranger
right.
might.
+4.
Oh, clear apparently is pretty good.
Ariel maybe wishes she's not here with us.
Yeah.
But she's also like
Well, the,
terribly dumb.
the griffin's not here. It's at the rookery. Right?
Yeah.
Where is the rookery?
Right. So she says that the Griffin's at the rookery at the Peak Top Airy, which is atop Mount Waterdeep. Civilians are not welcome there, because obviously where we train our Griffins. But she hands you a basically a roll, piece of paper sealed with the wax seal, the open door of Waterdeep on it. Like, but this will get you in as details on, what you guys are doing and permission to attempt to get Bone Snapper ready for duty.
Griffin. Peter Griffin. Oh, damn it. All right, well. Do we need to get the rest? I mean, there's no point in all of us going when only one of us is going to fit on the damn thing.
Says it's late enough in the day. I'd probably recommend maybe going first light tomorrow.
Makes sense. All right. Well, thank you, man. That's incredibly helpful. We really appreciate it. And,
Yeah, it's very helpful.
of course, whatever information we find, we'll bring back, assuming that we're able to find anything of importance.
I appreciate it. I am the growing tensions in the city between the Zentarum and the Xanathar's Guild, which I believe may be at the core of that attack, has been a growing thorn in my side, and I would like to see these events put to an end and peace brought back to the streets of Waterdeep. So any information you do gather, of course, bring back to Jarl here and make sure that we can take action.
So I guess we need to go back to Troll School Manor.
Alright. Sounds good.
Well, we won't keep you any longer. Have a lovely rest of your day, ma'am.
Is there a place where we can get a map of the city?
Sure, yeah, it's Cartographer's Guild. Sure.
Let's grab a map of the city.
50 gold.
No,
Let's steal a map of the city.
Alright! I'm very good.
Ariel, what have you been doing? I have neglected you.
I don't know. I've just been sitting in the inn cleaning.
You've been like jumping around all over the place here. That I've just been like, I don't know what Glenn's doing, so I don't want to.
Checking the stream. I
haven't wanted to interrupt you.
I mean, she's a bit of an airhead, so
know what you're
jump
doing.
around place to place.
But Ariel was just been in the inn, mending what few things she can mend, and then cleaning up and waiting for her furniture.
Do you have the mending? You have the mending spell. Actually, comes in handy. You actually find that you're able to use it to. I mean, you can't completely, reform missing boards and things like that in a single cast. But over time, you are actually able to
fix a hinge or two, right?
Well, not just that. Like you actually can reform, say, a board broke in two. You're able to, if you got both halves, it might take you a few casts, an hour or so of sort of casting and sitting and concentrating, but you could reform two broken halves of a board. Even if you had a broken board that was completely missing a half, it might take you a number of days of casting mend, but you could slowly reknit, like create a new other half of that board. It would take you a long time with a cantrip, but you could do it. And so I would say, you've been able to get a lot of like the broken chairs and tables and things like that, or some of them that have like loose stuff like that, sort of that stuff put back together. You got all the doors back on their hinges over the last couple days. Window shutters are functional again. Windows that have missing windows you haven't been able to replace yet, but you're able to kind of get the shutters working and then closed so that you don't have as heavy a drafts coming into those broken windows and stuff like
At
that.
least my bedroom.
What's his name?
Gold.
What's his name? Leaf seems appreciative of the work. He helps you as you sort of like fix things up and whatnot. He tends to come behind you with like cloths or brooms and sweep stuff up and keep things from getting too dusty. And slowly but surely, the place is still not ready to be open for business by any means. But every day that you kind of spend some time doing this, it definitely starts feeling more and more like you're not living in a place that's going to fall down around you at a moment's notice, So, did you have any other things you wanted to do? Check in with anybody?
I mean, eventually I'll go back to Emerald Enclave, but right now, I'm just waiting for everyone else to show up.
Okay. After a little bit, TK,
Cook some food.
Matthias, and
Mike.
and
Silas.
Silas eventually come back in. It's starting to get late. It's probably at this point. By the time they get back, it's
That's why you're my friend.
Sundown. It's basically dinner time. 6:30 p.m. Arjun, you were going to find the Castellaners.
I mean, as long as I know where they are or have a general idea, like I'm good. I guess I would probably, once it started getting dark, unless I was going to do something.
Well, I mean, if you had headed there straight from the Waterdeep Wazoo, you probably would be getting there about 5:30, 6 o'clock, right as sundown is kind of starting to happen.
Okay.
If you were doing that, if you were heading back to Troll Skull Manor, you would probably be back before these three got back, so you'd already be there.
Okay. I guess I would probably just take, because I mean, I got, given the short notice I got the information on, I'd want time to like plan and get shit ready for like a nighttime, like spy op or something like that. So yeah, I guess I'd just head back to the tavern.
Okay, you get back and Ariel's sort of like cleaning up, fixing stuff.
What time is it by the time I get back?
You probably get back about 4:30. It's another hour or so before Silas, Matthias, and TK get back.
Well, I'll just take some time to do like the evening like trinket offer, whatever.
Okay.
Yes. Do that, and then just I guess start doing my part. Then clean the bar, maybe pour a drink.
Okay. Where were you wanting to go?
I'm gonna just head back to Jocelyn. I've done what I needed to do, and while I would be pushing things to go to the Yawning Portal and see things for myself, I really wouldn't want to do that without someone else back there.
Back up. Make an intelligence roll, just a flat intelligence roll.
Okay.
10. Yeah, that's really all you would need. The half orc at a minimum. The description that was given to you sounds super familiar. You've seen a female half orc at the Yawning Portal a number of times.
That's kind of the reason I was thinking about going back. But if she is what I think she is, I'm gonna want some backup.
Okay. Yeah, you're pretty sure that based on the description that Maxine gave you that you know that. Huh?
Georgia or something like that?
No, it was
I thought it started with a Y.
It does. I believe it does start with a Y. It's. It's not derp.
It's Muhammad Jad.
Yeah. No. It is. Yasha, I believe.
Oh, yeah, sounds right.
It's Yasha. Not Enu, Yasha.
Oh boy.
So yeah, you recognize that description. You're like, I've met her before. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So, the elf. It's kind of hard to place. Like, you don't remember there being a sun elf with Yasha when you guys first kind of all met at the Yawning Portal.
But there was a lot of people.
But there was a lot of people there, so it's certainly possible she was there with a sun elf, and you just didn't notice.
But if they are Zentarum,
Yeah.
we're gonna want some kind of we've tangled with those with Zentarum before.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work out very well.
Not since Zentarum, no.
No, but I mean, we got our hands slapped by the magistrates all over
Sure,
the place. And,
yeah.
You know, I'm like, okay.
You also do remember Yasha not being like, I mean, don't be, she beat the ever-living crap out of that one dude. But
I suspect, because that dude had head tattoos.
Yeah.
And I suspect he was
and he
Xanathar.
And you remember that he came up yelling a bunch of crap at her about how they were going to get her back for taking out his men or
Now it's starting to connect together here.
Yeah.
Tiagra, not Yasha.
Yeah. And despite her clearly being able to hold her own, you don't really remember her being an asshole or anything. In fact, she sat around had drinks with all you guys after,
Yeah, that's right. She did.
If she is Zentarum, which like I said, the description fits.
Right.
It kind of makes you wonder whether or not the Zentarum are. Maybe they're not great. You've definitely tussled with them, and they don't seem like, but anybody who's pushed
It could be
could be,
right.
could be, sort of. You're sort of starting to she didn't seem terrible. Maybe the Zentarum aren't entirely terrible. I don't know.
Maybe this does warrant a trip to going.
Maybe there's more going on between the conflict than what everybody understands.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Well, I think I want to head back to Trosco Manor and just let everybody know what I found out, what I think is going on here.
Okay.
So that way, if anything does happen to one of us, everybody else has skinny as well.
Sure. All right. You'll probably get back probably about the same time that Argon does. So it's probably 4:30. About an hour later, the other three, Matthias, TK, Silas, come in. Everybody's back. It's sundown, give or take. Most of you guys are probably hungry. Sort of walking around the city doing various things.
It's well, we have a tavern. Oh, wait.
Yeah, you guys haven't really ordered food for the tavern yet.
So why don't we all just go to
what's
the bar around here?
Ruby Tuesdays? Ruby Tuesdays, everyone?
I'm a fan of
Taco.
Chili's.
Alright, Taco Tuesday.
Ruby Taco Tuesdays?
Taco Tuesdays.
I don't know what that's another thing.
So, the Yawning Portal?
Got a portal?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go down to the Winchester, settle this over a pint.
This whole thing will blow over.
Let's take a break, actually.
Yeah,
I was gonna find out what you guys wanted to do next, and then say, okay, before we do that, we can take a break.
Let's take a break and then we figure out one.
All right, that's fine. So we're gonna take a few minute break. Let everybody, pee, get drinks, figure out what their characters are going to want to do next, etc. And we will return in 5 to 7 or so minutes. I don't know.
20 minutes.
After these messages.
Right
Anyways,
back.
we'll be back in a bit.
There you go.
Now about them muzzles.
Mighty fine people.
Yeah.
Alright, we're back. Because we would just go on and on and on off
And
camera.
that's what's in the
I
same
just
book.
got compared to anal.
Welcome to welcome to
Well, you smell a lot like it.
That's true.
welcome to On and On and On. And is our spokesperson.
And our mascot.
It's so true. Oh god.
That was good. That was really good.
Oh, yeah, we broke out the booze.
Alright.
What a burp.
God damn, why you're so funny.
I don't know.
I don't know, I mean, it was funny. I think maybe you're paying doing it.
comedy.
Oh god, no. I just Nate and Ben just they just hit this button every so often.
Clitoris.
Yeah.
The money button.
The money button.
God damn it.
The G spot. The G just stands for giggles.
With Mike, the G stands for gas.
We've been meaning to talk to you about
He has multiple spots.
Multiple G spots. It's got the high G and the low G.
There's the middle G. I can do an arpeggio.
I prefer Japanese RPGs. That was harder to say.
I understood where you were going with it.
It was harder to say in my mouth than it was in my brain.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
Alright, so, Dungeons and Dagnars.
We didn't figure out what we were doing.
Yeah, you didn't.
There we go.
What are you guys doing? I thought you said
I
you
don't know
figured it out.
about you.
Going to
I'm
the
hungry.
yawning portal.
I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. So.
Alright, yeah, let's, yawning portal, let's, they have
Portal
cheese
with
fries.
Good cheese.
Chicken get a bar fight. I do wonder when in history, because potatoes and cheese both existed for a good long time, when did they mate? And what was that day like?
I imagine that their first encounter was potatoes au gratin or something like
Probably.
Well, yeah, because French fries were culinarily is a relatively new food.
that. Yeah, that is a new phenomenon.
Yeah. So
Well, do you
Potatoes
imagine, like, oh, we got half a
traditionally
potato.
roasted,
I wonder if I could
boiled.
just put a little bit of cheese on it.
And eat it right now.
well, cheese was also, depending on how far back you go, was a commodity not a lot of people had easy
Yeah.
access to.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was probably a rich people thing.
Yeah.
Goat cheese.
Again, like you said, potatoes on gratin or something like that probably was like rich people food. Like, motherfucker, we got potatoes, but we put motherfucking cheese on that shit. We're like, oh shit, you got
Country
cheese?
potatoes.
We make them bitches cut them thin.
That was
too.
like, they're rich Irish people made up that shit.
I've never heard of a rich
I
Irish
know.
person.
Well,
We
they
have 4 potatoes.
They were
What
English
island
sellouts.
you go to?
Northern Ireland.
Yeah, they're orange Irish, motherfuckers.
The cheese made.
He calls them the whiskey baggers.
they traded all their whiskey for cheese.
You two
Sold
white
out.
boy.
I am-
Almost all of it. Some of it.
Let
they
me
put
leave this
together
room.
and created a
How do
new
you know?
phenomenon.
It does look phenomenal.
Is that a thing? 'Cause I want it to be a thing.
It could be a thing.
I've had beer cheese, and that's great.
Yeah. No, it's.
That's
I've
great.
only had
I
it
love
once.
Bill cheese.
It was pretty tasty.
Yawning portal.
I've had pork
Yawning
wine.
portal.
Yawning portal.
Alright, so you're at the yawning portal.
Yeah, we're walking there talking about
cheese
food.
and beer all night long.
Did any of you guys
Oh, yeah,
convey
that's
to the rest of the parties that weren't with you during your escapades around the city today what you learned or what's going on?
I do.
We catch
I go to
everybody.
the army portal. I let them know.
You found a fucking talking
No,
goat.
like as you're walking to the yawning portal, do you
No,
guys
yeah,
like
our
say,
story's
hey,
better than yours, so
We
just,
should
just
probably-
wait.
I don't. I mean, fucking talking oars. I mean, there's not. I mean,
We should probably catch
You've
ourselves
never seen
up
one? Dude, the next town over has like 5.
instead of talking about what could be sensitive topics where people could
speaking in code.
Ripne, Afne, Upna.
Talking
No, it's a series of
Yeah.
boop beeps. Boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop.
I sound like a modem.
Hard drive down.
Oh, damn it, there's another automaton on the other side of the house talking. He's been disconnected.
That's how you
There's a
find
labor
it right. Brilliant.
Genius.
The question is, how many bod are you?
Not much.
I don't know. From here, you're at least one good bod.
Thank you, Ben.
I'm doing everything I can to keep your spirits up.
You're so charitable. I'm gonna write you a thing for the IRS so you can claim a deduction.
I'm just gonna stand in front of a roses with a bell.
Andy's for names.
Anyway.
I hope Bonnie's working.
Alright.
Man.
Alright, so are you guys talking at Troll Skull, or were you talking on
So we'll talk at Troll Skull, and then
So who's telling who what?
All right. We went to the Temple of Gond, and
Cliff notes.
there is a rogue Nimblewright going through the city that probably committed the attack with the fireball necklace thing. We've got this doodad that'll help us track it, but there's a whole lot of city, and there are a lot of actual proper Nimblewrights around.
Not a lot, but there are a number.
There are a number. We're waiting.
What's the number?
We don't know yet. We're waiting
17.
for information from the temple to figure out how many there are and who owns them. They'll get that to us in a couple of days, hopefully sooner rather than later. In the meantime, we've gone to the Lord's Alliance. Why do you do that?
Because I can.
No, you can't. You think you can, but you can't.
You did it.
Thank you, Marlon.
Thanks.
It's not even where my nipple is. No wonder you can't please a woman. Not where my nipple is.
Ben has shifted nipples.
So we can take the laser away from
I got lazy eyes.
Alright,
But so we've gone to the Lord's Alliance. They're going to give us the honor of breaking in a new Griffin to try to fly around town. And
Can I ride it?
I do not know if that is a great idea.
I like horses.
Yep,
It's not a horse.
it is
It's
not
not exactly a
at all.
horse.
of course, of course.
It's
Yes,
a
Ariel.
fushy horse, not a clappy horse.
Sure.
That's what time.
So
Not even a fushy
that's a
horse.
thing we've got. That's a thing we're going to do tomorrow. And then from that information, we might be able to deduce where this damn thing is.
So this thing, it's like him, but not.
No, it is an automaton. Like-
So it's not a.
But we don't know exactly what its full extent of capabilities are, what its intellect is. We don't know what. Usually these things are given a directive, and they operate within a a sandbox, so they can complete their directive how they want to, but they have guidelines like parlay.
Right.
Like parlay.
I forgot I was talking to a pirate. That actually worked out.
The one that we saw up close, it looked like it had a lot of moving like gears that you would see in a clock, maybe.
Alright.
And they don't necessarily speak, but the one that we conversed with had a weird like hand signing
He
language.
was able to communicate.
It communicates somewhat,
But
not
not-
that we could
not-
understand it. The priestess of Gon was able to understand it at least,
But he,
translate for us.
yeah, and he had he had an intellect. He clearly had, some level of emotion. So we don't know what this thing is capable of. It's already attacked once, but we don't know why. So as far as we have to be very careful, this thing could be psycho. We don't know. It could also be completely inert, other than someone telling it what to do.
Right.
We don't know.
Right.
So that's where we are with that.
Alright. I found who I think are a couple of agents of we may be working with Zentarum. Looks like they're trying to use spies to flesh out the Xanathar Guild. I think we've met one of these guys before, the Zentarum before, at Yawning Pearl.
We met every one of the artists.
That half-orc, Yagra.
Yeah.
I think she's part of them. I think she's part of the Zentarum. And if I remember correctly, she's not terrible to be around. As in, she won't just automatically, try to kill us.
She seemed like a good sport.
She did. So I'm wondering if there's something more beyond this Zentarum Xanathar shadow thing that's going on here. I have a feeling she's there now at the only portal.
Well, that could be useful since we're heading there anyway.
Indeed.
Alright.
And especially get cheesy fries and to find out some information.
Alright, do you need any help or is it just,
I might need some help, but we just need to talk first.
Alright.
Well, I know Bonnie who works there. Maybe she knows right away if she's Yagger's there or not. It is a multi-tiered bar, so
She's with some sun elf.
pretty
I don't know
quiet.
what his deal is.
So, are these, do we think these guys are bad?
Don't think so per se. At least Yara, I don't think she's
Do you
bad.
think they're trying to get information on the Xanathars?
I think they're trying to figure out, flesh out the Xanathars, yeah.
More of them. Well, sounds like we've got to be
Right.
careful with them too. Anyone who's trying to do anything with the
Well, I don't think
Xanathars.
this entire are necessarily good. I guess the best way to
Well-
put it. But the Xanathar Guild, I guess, from what we've seen so far, have seemed very aggressive in their actions.
More of the Xanathar have tried to kill me than the others. So that's what I'm basing my opinions on. We've got to be careful on all sides. I mean, we don't think anything's going to go on with our stuff there, but we'll keep an eye on you.
All right.
Okay.
That being said, totally going to pull out the doohickey and play with it at the bar to see
I don't know
if
that that's appropriate in public to just pull out your doohickey.
Are you certain about that?
I mean,
I didn't read
Depends
that.
on-
I didn't read that in the note.
In the code legal,
Yeah,
yeah.
the code legal.
Says nothing about
At
pulling it
that
out.
point, does it
No.
use
Are we going to the yawning portal or are we going to the yawning portal?
Ooh. It's the same thing except the hole in the middle has two hands holding it.
Totally approach there.
That well, wouldn't
that's
it be
going
the
dry.
gaping? Be the gaping portal, not so much a yawn.
Tomato, tomato.
Alright, you guys, anybody else want to share anything with the group? On the
Well,
way?
I'm sure about that mission to find the cat burglar.
Black Viper.
who was stealing cats.
Burglars.
Why would you want to steal a cat?
Snatch it up, pussy. I can see where a fellow would derive a whole lot of pleasure.
Alright, so, yeah, what's your character's name again? Agamemnon, yes.
What?
Arrogant.
you take the
shrimps I put in the
fridge from us? You
I don't know if I did. There's no way that you can prove that
That's
this
a
is
ginger ale.
Yeah, there's no way.
Schweppes.
Whether it was yours or whether it was
Maybe he also bought it.
Is it the speech, the beats, or the creeps?
Bastard.
the beats.
Oh, you put a Coke in
Sweet.
No, I put a Coke and a Schweppes in there.
And the creeps.
And Ben
Alright.
just
I think it's always
callously
awesome.
stole it.
Yeah,
Like a boss.
Argon informs you guys that
I'm stealing on this community property.
a rather famous thief, the Black Viper, seems to be back in town, and there is information that was given to him that the identity of the Black Viper may be some previously unknown twin sister of the noble Amalia Castellanter.
That sounds like bullshit. But maybe it's true.
You live in a world with some rather weird goings on. You live in a world where you exist.
I mean, that's the 21st night. I mean,
It just sounds like bullshit. But maybe it's true.
Sounds like a folktale to me.
I mean, we're walking
In this
around
plane
with
of
a,
existence, sometimes it's hard to tell.
we're walking around with a dude that can make either a crossbow or a sword just appear out of his hand. I mean, at what point does weird just not affect you anymore?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like, you want to see something weird.
Wait till you see what his junk turns into.
I imagine just another pile of junk.
Got junk in the junk.
You got a thing in your junk, you need to get it out.
Did you?
Let's go to the yawning portal.
That thing.
Does that mean that Dick
Let's
is
go
trash?
to the yawning portal.
Alright, you guys eventually get to the yawning portal. You walk in, it's busy time for the yawning portal. It's dinner time. It's rather, so
There's a 15-minute wait.
no, there's no wait. You guys find a table fine, but you're probably sitting with a couple other random people.
Yeah.
You okay? Bonnie is working. She comes by. She says hi to you, Silas. Gives you a smile.
Ooh.
She tells you guys that she'll be right over to take your orders or whatever.
Ever seen Yagra?
As she sort of walks off, she's like, she's been in. She might be in later tonight. I don't know. I haven't seen her today though.
Damn.
She kind of walks off.
She's not dancing tonight.
The
dance card's full.
Not that kind of bar.
So she goes and she's talking to another table. Looks like getting some orders and stuff like that. Walks back past the table again. Talks to the barkeep. Then heads back over to you guys. Like I said, the place, there's quite a bit of chatter and noise, talking. The yawning portal is 2 stories, so there are lots of people upstairs as well, chatting and talking and looking down. You guys are just on the first floor, unless you want to make your way up to the second floor. But yeah, there's a couple of they're not paying any mind to you guys, but it's busy enough that it's likely that anybody's going to be forced. If you're going to find a seat, you're going to have to probably sit with a couple people you don't really know. It's pretty common in taverns like this. These guys aren't paying any mind. They're just kind of talking to each other, having some ale, whatever. You guys sit down. They kind of say, hey, I'm going to, whatever, and then go back to doing what they're doing. Bonnie's like, so we drinking, we're eating, what are we doing?
We're doing both of those things.
Excellent.
Potentially
That's
copiously.
what I like to hear. Ready to serve.
Alright, well, we definitely want cheese fries. Do you want cheese fries? Well, yeah, me.
Want bacon on that?
Cheese fries.
Damn right.
I don't know, bacon at this point would probably cost a couple gold.
Alright, now, so she's like, basically she asks, she's like, do you want
The good, the bad, yeah.
What's the special tonight, Bonnie?
well, pretty much there's like 3 options. There's like soup and bread, if you're not looking to spend a whole lot. There's, and then she basically is like, you want bird or not? She's like, you want soup, bird, or not bird? Those are your options.
You say soup, bird, or not bird?
Yep.
I'm assuming middle ground is bird.
Yeah.
I'll go with middle ground bird.
Typically, bird is usually something like chicken. It might be like a pheasant or something like that.
Yeah, I'll do an ale and a soup and bread.
Okay.
Bird.
Bird.
That's the word.
Yar.
Ale and bird. Bird.
Ale and bird.
No, thank you.
All right. She
Bring
sits-
the oil back.
she's staring at Ariel.
I'll take the salad.
I do that in character.
Some vegetables. I don't really want the bird. Something with
Miss Ariel. Full of laughs.
vegetables. You know what vegetables are?
Yeah. I mean, we can put together a salad. I
Thank
guess.
you.
Okay. All right. So she's just like, ales all around, or anybody want anything special?
No, ale.
White
Ale.
spritzer, please.
You are fully at
Wine?
to just ignore her at this point.
All right.
Bring her a sippy cup.
She's sort of like, I got you. Ales.
Yeah.
Over here as well.
Ales.
TK.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Oil?
Just thought I'd check.
I appreciate you.
We have a quart of motor oil in the back somewhere.
She disappears.
30 RW20.
Talks to the bartender, gives him a piece of paper she's written a bunch of stuff on. She runs off, she's hitting other tables, checking on people, bringing more ales and things like that to everybody. Yeah, it's a bustle. Nothing crazy going on here other than just people eating and drinking, laughing, having a good time. The bard who was here when you guys were first here, who's not that great, is playing. He's serviceable, but he certainly isn't anything to write home about.
Yeah, of course he's not great. His lead's only got 3 strings.
He's just been playing Tom Jones's "What's New Pussycat" on.
He occasionally he does occasionally hit a wrong note or he's a little off key or whatever from time to time, but he's serviceable, and with the noise of the chatter and stuff like that, it drowns him out here and there anyways.
Was it Marlin Wardragon or Wardragon?
Who the
adventurer?
bard? No, he's not in right now. But yeah, nothing else of note, unless you guys want to do something or talk, start asking around questions of anybody or anything like that. Unless anybody does that after, a few minutes, I'd say, probably 20 minutes or so it takes to get all the birds cooked and everything else and all that stuff. So you guys get ales, your ales cooked.
Right.
You actually get a glass of wine. It's not white wine, it's red wine. She's just like, sorry, hon, this is what we got. She puts it on the table, and goes off. So you guys all have ale. As if you want refills, you'll get refills as you're waiting for your food. 20 minutes or so goes by, unless anybody does anything. Food comes out. Looks to be some sort of small pheasant or something like that. It's not quite as big as a full chicken, but good size. Well cooked, browned, crispy on the outside. Each of you basically have a full bird. You have assortment of like a side. You've got like some potatoes, some boiled potato or whatever cut up on the side of it, with maybe some like chopped carrots and stuff like that as well. Seems good enough. Tastes good. She puts down on you. You got a bowl with some lettuce, tomato, some probably carrots,
Squash, whatever.
yeah, maybe some squash thrown in there. Just an assortment of sort of
Dandelions.
vegetables and stuff like that.
Edible.
Actually, dandelions are pretty good.
Bitter.
It's just kind of a tossed salad. It's just kind of
I like the toss salad.
looks to be just a bunch of stuff kind of thrown into a bowl. It's nothing overly fancy, but it's got a good assortment of vegetables. Maybe some a couple of fruits in there for a change of things. She probably has. There's probably got some strawberries chopped up in there, and then like a nut as well. Sort of
That's fine.
There's no dressing. Then it's not really something.
I prefer syrup. I did want to talk about the plans for tomorrow with the Griffin. I think I can probably help you get whoever's going to ride it. I'll prepare some spells in the morning. I can help you. Outside of character, it's like enhance your skills. You can enhance your skills, and I'll have a command spell ready in case if the Griffin goes crazy. I can spell the halt.
Okay.
Those are ways I can help tomorrow.
Alright, so who's doing it?
I'll raise my hand. So I could probably do it.
Alright, how about this? It's
Whoever's
kind of all
supposed
of
to
our
go right.
responsibility. Why don't we flip a coin, roll a dice?
Arm wrestle?
I mean, I'll do
Yeah,
it.
that's only strong.
I've got a +3 to animal handling for
How
some
about
reason.
sword, rock, parchment?
Sword.
I mean, we can go to roll the dice
I'm
for
gonna have to
it.
think about how to.
15?
No, I like sword, rock, parchment.
This is all in character, Mike.
Oh.
I only have one of those things.
I think we've already determined that you're too heavy.
You haven't seen the
He's the
griffins, so it's hard
rock.
to determine that, but
I mean, we
It's
do
not
know
going
it's
to be
young.
me.
All right, all right. Hey, on what's
Everybody
what?
wants that.
Is it 2 out of 3? What do we...
Yeah, it's 2 out of 3. All right, it's on.
Yes.
Shoot.
Together,
We
you
have guns, dynamite.
no.
Sword, paper, parchment.
Dynamite.
All right, you've got one. You win one. All right. Hey! All right. Hey! Up. Oh, great! Now we both got one too. Oh, God.
Yeah, fourth contender over there.
Oh.
God damn it. She doesn't know how to play the game.
She
says so he's out.
Guys.
Son of a bitch.
So you're doing it.
Apparently.
That's
Wasn't there? Wasn't there animal handling like what, a 1 or
3. No, it's 2.
Oh, 2.
Like it's negligible difference between all of us. The only thing that I may have to my advantage is the dexterity to kind of
Not
stay
fall
not.
off.
Why
Not
dexterity?
fall.
What's your dexterity?
18.
Okay.
He's a rouge.
Oh.
Well.
Moulin Rouge.
Color red.
You could have read.
I thought he was the bard.
Huh?
No, that was the other guy.
That's the other campaign, man. Get it right.
Keep up.
How much looting have you seen me do? Or how many times have I started singing Greensleeves this campaign? Clearly, I'm not the bard.
All right.
But just to remind you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. So we've got that determined. Right now, it seems like Matthias is going to be riding
Nice.
the griffin.
Would you like to take the stage, please?
Otherwise, no love you. Guys, me off. Hey, you want to do me something just go easily?
Give me another drink.
Does anybody plan on
Drink
doing
till
anything
he's
else?
pretty.
Anything on the portal this evening?
Can I
I'm
get a
gonna keep an
perception
eye
check
out
to see
for,
if I can spot Yagra?
Sure.
Sit in the corner.
Okay. 14.
For anything particular?
Anything suspicious?
14.
14. Make a roll, mate. See what you see.
Natural 20
He sees everything.
with a -1 perception.
So, natural 19.
The only thing that you really see is you do notice that the bard, who like nobody really pays much attention to, he's not really all that great. He has really wandering eyes.
Like, is he ogling the girls?
No, he's kind of doing what you do. He sits on the stage and he's playing, but he is watching everyone that comes and goes. He looks and kind of, it almost seems like
Get those cop eyes.
he's
Shifty
listening in on
eyes.
conversations. He's
Gathering
paying
information.
he's paying very close attention to everything that happens in the Underworld.
Pull out.
And nobody seems to notice him because nobody's paying attention to him because he's a crap bard.
It's interesting.
That's a good cover.
I'll keep that to myself for now.
What'd you get? 14. You'll see her.
Bitch.
It's been a while. She doesn't. I mean, hasn't shown up.
I have a 20. Not natural. It's 15 plus 5. Do I see like anybody I might know for some reason, or do I see anything out of the ordinary?
it's you see people who you've probably seen in the yawning portal before, regulars, things like that. Nobody that seems, you know, out of place or nobody who's doing anything particularly weird. Everyone's just kind of eating and drinking and laughing and having a good time. A lot of people flirting with Bonnie, and she seems to flirt back. She makes quite a bit of money doing it. A lot of people tipping her well. Huh? There's other waitresses and waiters and stuff too, but she's definitely the best. She floats through the yawning portal like she's literally floating. She just seems to know her way through the crowd, around the tables, everything incredibly well.
I wonder if it was a dance. I wonder if she was a
Yeah, they don't. Nothing seems weird. Well, I would say you got a 20 as well. You also do notice that the bard is he's playing and he's not great to listen to, but that he's super interested in what everybody's doing, conversations that he can overhear, watching people come and go, where they're sitting, who they're sitting with.
Is there a preference or pattern, or is it just everywhere?
Just everywhere.
Any sounds? There you go. I was for sure.
Yeah, make a perception check.
I mean, I'll even poke my head upstairs.
Okay. You know, just like walk around upstairs.
Yeah. I got nothing. This is going to dice jump. I got 4.
Yeah, you walk around upstairs. It's crowded.
Yeah, I think your shit.
It's hard to tell. There's a lot of people up there. Tables are crowded. A lot of people standing room only. Kind of the people are standing around, chatting with other people at tables, blocking your view. It's hard to tell.
Alright.
Maybe he's up here, but you don't see him.
Can't see him.
Alright,
I also shall look.
we're gonna find.
For what?
Son of
Why would you look for a sun elf?
Because he told me to.
The only person he told you about was the half-orc. He never mentioned the sun elf.
I was pretty early.
Okay, you look for Yager. You don't find it.
I look for the beer in front of me.
You find it. It is right. Actually, I'm not sure. Roll for it.
Yeah.
Okay, no. It's there.
I
Hooray!
guess we're done here then.
How long are we going to sit here and wait for this lady?
Midnight.
I don't know how long you guys.
Shut the bar down.
I don't have to sleep.
Well, I've got a long, probably awful day ahead of me. I'm gonna go, I don't know, take up a religion, pray, super hard.
I bet
You
come
don't
up
have to do it. I'll do it.
I mean, it's gonna be dangerous for whoever does it. So, and I know the town, so it'll be easier for me to figure out where to mark the map when we're done.
Speaking of which, you guys said you wanted to go by Carter's Guild, but I don't remember anybody
We
saying
didn't
you
go to
did.
the purpose.
Huh?
I thought we did go to the purpose. Or they
Cartographer.
did it the way back.
We'll say, all right. We'll say you guys did go. Whoever wants to pay for it, if y'all want to chip in, it's probably going to be like 5 gold for the map.
I'll chip in.
I'll chip in.
I mean, it's really well drawn. Like
It's like I'll fill
it's not a sketch. It's a.
I'll do 1 gold.
It's like it's like this thing. It's like a professionally drawn like.
Okay. Yep. Then we'll buy it.
Alright.
I will.
If anybody starts talking about that here, I'm just gonna be like,
No. All I'm saying is I've got a hard day tomorrow, and I'm gonna go back. But who has the map? Can we say that I have the map?
yeah, if you're doing the thing, you've got the right.
No, they have some.
Yeah.
They don't have to make.
They would have bought it on the way back. So.
All right. I'm gonna go back to the manor, and I'm going to do some studying.
Somebody go with you,
I'll go with them.
I go
I
with
kind of want to be real. I kind of want to be real rested for tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
So
They didn't have
I
white
need
wine,
to
so-
actually use the map for my own ends as well.
All right.
so.
How much did you have to drink?
I had to. There's no way. Well, we didn't say.
That's you tell me how many you were born.
Probably 3 or 4.
Okay. So with the food, we're gonna say you owe like 2.5 silver.
Mm.
All right.
Okay.
You're leaving as well.
Yeah.
So
I would only have the bread and soup and
Yeah.
1 ale.
you probably only owe about 20 copper.
I'll just go silver, and that way
Okay.
Bonnie can have the rest.
I would have kept it moderate, like maybe 1 or 2 ales in the bird.
Are you leaving?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll say a silver 75 copper.
I'll just run 2 silvers.
You're leaving as well. Your tab comes to
132
silver.
Why so much?
That's an
Because you're special.
It was probably the wine and the salad special order.
The wine was elven wine. It was about 30 silver just for that glass of wine.
That's gonna be good.
Y'all all stay here with you as long as you want to stay.
I'm gonna hang out here till about midnight or so.
Alright, I dropped down 40 silver. I'm not giving that a 20%.
It's like you're worshiping the spirit of Bennu. That's gonna be your
She's a
patron
clear
for this night.
clear
Bennu.
Alright, so, well, you're not ordering anything, so you're not going to end up owing anything. Are you going to continue ordering ales throughout the night, or?
Yeah, I mean, total will be like.
Well, tell me how much the maximum you want to spend is. I guess.
I mean, I'll order like 5 or 7 ales a night, because I
Okay.
want to stay here.
Alright, well, you're probably about 2.5 silver as well by the end of the night. So, you guys stick around till midnight. You don't see Yagra.
Okay.
But eventually, as like the crowd kind of winds down, people start leaving to go home. That or the barkeep kicks drunks out, one or the other. The crowd starts to thin out a bit. And eventually, you do see upstairs at the table, kind of towards the back, not really easy, not easily seen.
Right.
A sun elf that kind of matches the description that was given to you. Long robes and whatnot. He's kind of sitting up there with a couple other people, just kind of chatting quietly. You can't really overhear what they're saying, but you can probably talking.
Right. Kind of over to get like. I think that could get by.
Okay.
I don't know what to do about it.
I just give you like half a shrug.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be on the level with you. I'm not exactly the most sharp-witted person around.
Neither am I.
Yeah. And I've had quite a lot to drink.
I'm not.
girl.
Ask Bonnie.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Just keep your voice down.
I'll call Bonnie over.
Okay. What's up, sweetheart?
We'll be up those upstairs. Kind of not pointing directly at it, but gesturing
Right.
towards the corners.
She sort of like looks upstairs in the direction you're pointing to. Oh, friend of y'all's friend, a friend of Yagra's comes in here with her periodically. It's strange she's not with him right now. They tend to hang out a lot. I think he goes by the name of Davil. Yeah.
Name sounds familiar. I don't know why.
Seems a nice enough guy. Yagra seems nice enough for that matter. A little rough around the edges. Don't want to push her the wrong way, but she sort of like says in her breath, she's like, well, "What do you get with that? That's what you get with a half orc." And she's like, but you know, seems fairly well off. Definitely has money. I don't know.
Bonnie, what can you tell me about the board?
Oh. She says, I guess not too much. He's our regular. The only name he really gives anybody is Three Strings, which I guess makes sense because Luke's missing one. He's not great, but he seems to, I guess, I don't know what it is, but Dirty just keeps hiring him, keeps bringing him back. I don't know, maybe they're friends or they mutual, he owes him something. I don't know. Maybe he feels bad for him. I don't know. But
Thank you.
again, he keeps to himself mostly. Decent enough fella.
What do you think we ought to do?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Part of me says let's just go upstairs and introduce ourselves, but depending, we don't know how
What was
Yeah,
your
okay.
assignment?
to find out information and report it back to the Harpers. The information I found out was that our friend up there, is possibly Zintar looking to hire spies or find spies to flush out Xanathar.
Have you reported that yet?
Yeah,
What did they tell you?
nothing. It was just a drop, a letter delivered to be delivered to a person.
I see. You could try to get recruited as a spy?
That's something I was to ponder.
I don't know how you would approach that. Talk loudly about beating the shit out of some Xanthars.
I like your idea.
Because that's a thing we've done.
Yeah, we definitely did, yes.
You also beat the shit out of some Centauro.
Well, you know,
We don't have to mention that part.
it's never known. But we talk about
Nothing happened.
everybody was on vacation. Let's talk a little bit louder about the Xanathar and kick the shit out of.
You guys talk about going into the
Into the sewer.
the sewer,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Dwargar or something.
And we found that guy with a tentacle tattoo.
Kick the bloody hell out of him.
Yeah.
That was
And I'll laugh. Pound my fist on the table.
After a few moments, he definitely seemed to have caught his attention. He stands up and he's kind of like, he's still at his table, he's standing up, sort of arms crossed. He's kind of watching you guys. He then kind of turns to one of his people sitting at the table with him and just sort of says something quietly and sort of motions his head towards you guys. That guy gets up from the table as well. Davil's still sort of standing there. His pose is confident. Not really, not trying to hide. He's not trying to blend in the shadows or anything like that. But he's also seems to be, obviously not wanting to be forward. He's not trying to be easily
attention.
Yeah, not trying to bring attention to himself either. And he just sort of, as the guy gets up and walks around the table and starts heading down the stairs. It's a human. He just sort of comes up and says, my employer appears that you've had some run-in with those filthy Xanathar thugs.
Yeah, we've had a couple incidents. They didn't go well.
Well, that being the case, my employer has a great hatred for them, and wishes to speak with you about some possible, we'll say, business opportunities. If you wish to maybe put a hurt on the Xanathar Guild further.
I'm open to ideas and suggestions.
He sort of turns, he sort of like, there's like a motion for you guys to stand up. He turns around and starts heading back upstairs.
I'll follow.
Okay. You guys head back, head up there. You follow this guy. You notice. Well, each of you make a perception check.
That's an 18. I'm rolling good tonight.
22.
Both of you notice that while he is not outwardly wearing any arms or armor or anything like that, as you're following him up the stairs, you do notice the way his clothes shift and move as he walks. He does appear to be wearing some armor beneath his clothing. You do see some. His outer shirt kind of sits loosely on him, but you kind of notice there are some bulges that look like they might belong to daggers. So that this guy is not carrying, as it were. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But he's
not overtly.
Right. He's clearly trying to appear to look as if he were just your average citizen walking around, not drawing attention to himself. And he takes you back up. You see Davil sort of standing there. As you guys approach, he sort of makes a sweeping motion across the table, sort of to have you guys sit. And he sits in a chair, his back against the wall.
Right.
His two associates sort of on either side of him. There are a couple of open chairs directly across from him in this sort of it's a round table.
Kind of a big booth with
No, it's a round table that sort of has been pulled kind of back towards the wall a bit, and he's sitting with the back of his chair directly against the wall. His compatriots on the other side of him, and then there's on the other side of the round table, towards sort of like the aisle side where you would walk through. There's some open chairs.
Okay, so sit down.
Beans. He smiles. Seems like it's a warm smile. It's not a conniving smile or any sort anything like that. There doesn't seem to be much any sort of mischief in it. Seems like a well-off guy, happy to meet you. And he's like, I couldn't help but overhear you guys talking about giving a good old beating to the Xanathars.
Good times.
He's like, that's what I like to hear. They've been nothing but a problem in this city in Waterdeep for many years. The history of the Xanathars Guild is relatively long and complicated. They've always sought to undermine the peace and prosperity of this city for their own ends, and it's honestly terrible. And as a businessman myself, one who thrives on when the city does well, when the city is booming, I do well. My profits do well. I want this city to thrive because that means I will thrive. And I've just had enough. And so I will admit, I've felt compelled in recent times to take it on my own accord. Use my money to make a positive change in this city, to out the rats, out the disgusting poison that is the Xanathars Guild from this city. The City Watch has locked behind bureaucracy and hierarchies and all that other stuff. There's things, they have laws and orders they have to follow, and I'm not beholden to that kind of stuff. And that means I feel, I have the opportunity to make real change quickly that the City Watch, the Lord's Alliance, and those others who they do a fine job, but they don't do it at the rate that we'll be able to burn out the infestation, right? And so that's where I'm at. And when I hear people like you guys talking, it makes me think maybe you guys would be wanting to make some money yourselves, helping to better this city. You better yourselves, you better the city, and what's not to like?
Definitely speaking some language we like here.
Good. I am glad. If you would like, by the way, he half stands and reaches his hand up. My name's Dabble Starsong.
You can call me Yar.
And shakes your hand.
TK421.
Shake his hand. Okay. He shakes your hand. He's like, it's nice to meet you guys. I can already tell I'm really gonna like you guys. Here's the thing. I've got enough people in my employ now, keeping their ear to the ground, finding out what's going on in this city, and bringing me information. But what I don't have is a lot of people who will act on that information. And right now, that's what I'm looking for. Men of action. People who will do something. So yeah, that's really what it is. If you guys are interested, when I get information, from my, ears on the ground, eyes on the ground, maybe I can pass that information on to you guys to take action. And then in turn, when the job's done, you make some gold. Does that sound like a reasonable business proposition?
I think I can accommodate that.
I think that would help. That would align with our goals.
Awesome. That, like I said, I knew I was going to like you guys. I knew it. I told both of these gentlemen. Both of them sit there very stoically. Don't really respond. He's like, well, let me think. I'm trying to think. I don't want to give you guys. I know. Heard you talking. I can tell. He's like, I can tell. You guys are no slouches. I know you can handle your own. But I don't want to put you in too much harm's way before I know exactly what you're capable of. So maybe we'll start you guys out with something a little simple. Obviously, when things if you can make more money with more complicated jobs, but money is money. So, here's something I think may be good. Mostly because this hits home for me, and I think it'll hit home for you too. I don't know if you've heard. It's been a little hush hush. City Watch has been trying to keep it on the down low as much as possible. They don't want citizens scared. But I have eyes and ears. I hear things. I see things through those eyes and ears, and this troubles me. Someone's killing elves in the city, and half elves, and that, like I said, hits home. It makes me especially most of them have been sailors down the docks, and I'm not a sailor myself. It's not the trade that I chose, but nonetheless, it still makes me scared for my own life. And it, of course, makes me weep for my brothers and sisters. And so far there have been about 3 to 5 dead. And the worst is that just the way they go. The way they go is terrible.
why they be doffing up.
They've been, each one's been decapitated, head taken clean off. I don't know what kind of person would do this. Maybe the Xanathar's Guild. They're certainly,
That's what happened
they're certainly
down
capable of it. But I don't know. I don't have that. I can't prove that yet.
Can you say this has happened down the docks?
Yeah, mostly down at the docks. There've been a few moving away from north of the dock ward, but it's mostly been concentrated in the dock ward. And it always happens the dead of night.
Batman.
And like I said, the City Watch haven't been able to stop them. They're trying to keep this hush-hush to keep people from freaking out. Understandable. It's understandable. But I think they need some help. I think we need people who can do what they can't do to help them out, get information, get in and out of places that the City Watch don't have access to figure this out. Because it's got to end. We can't have elves decapitated in our streets. That's terrible.
That's not right.
Do you know anything about the victims?
I mean, mostly, not personally. Like I said, I don't make it down that way. That's not where my business is exactly. But I know that they were all elves or half elves, predominantly sailors or dock workers. And I know that some of these people had families here in Waterdeep. But I don't have any names or anything like that. So, like I said, City Watch is trying to keep this really under wraps. It's tight.
We'll take a look into this. Come back in a couple of days and let you know if we find out.
Anything you can find, I'll give. I'll give you each 50 gold for whatever information you can find. Because, like I said, this has got to end. I can't have my people dying in the streets, especially not in such a gruesome way.
All right, we'll definitely look into this. What's your name? Yar. He did, or you?
Yeah, he said he was Dabble.
Okay.
Dabble Stars.
I forgot about that earlier. Yeah. All right.
We'll look into it.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, be single.
Pirate's called Pirate.
So yeah, he's like, well, if you want to stay and have some drinks, I'll buy a few rounds if you guys want. Celebrate the new business accord, or if you guys got stuff to do, if you want to get right on the heels of this, then I will not stop you.
I think we've got some things we got to take care of, but we'll look into this.
Listen, I'm
We'd love to have it.
not here to boss you around. Like I said, I'm just here to pass on information to people who are willing to take action. So you guys take whatever time you need, but just remember, people's lives are
Definitely.
at risk. So
Definitely. All right. Oh.
Nice to meet you, sir.
you too.
And I'll stand up.
You too, Machine Man.
Yeah. Thank you for everything. We'll be in touch in a few days, Captain. Take care of these, say goodbyes.
Okay.
Settle up the the bills and stuff like that.
Okay.
Gotta head back out. Because I don't think it's gonna. I don't know what's her name is not gonna show up tonight. But knowing this kind of puts everything okay. And plus 50 gold each. That's kind of a lot.
The question is whether or not he's in Tarum.
That's true. But I'm figuring even if he's not, these people, if this is something that's legit,
Right.
it could be bounties that you've got
Absolutely.
that are doing this.
Right.
Or other things that
But speaking of which, once we're out of the bar,
Are you looking for a bounty on Dabble?
And his men.
Oh.
Rule thug.
A proc fiction.
Let me see what it says about that one here.
I'm going to be studying the map.
Make a intelligence check.
10.
I thought you weren't there.
I'm at home.
Oh,
Studying the map.
I'm studying the map.
Sorry.
I mean, it's not critical that we
No, I know.
answer that right now.
Yeah, you don't have one right now, but you also haven't been back to the magistrate to get new, see any updates on the bounty board or anything like that in a while. So
Right.
you don't have one at the moment.
All right. Well, let's head back to Troll Skull.
Good idea.
I got a 10.
Okay. It's a big map.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I have lived here my whole life.
Sure. I mean, you recognize a lot of it. I'm just saying in terms of
I'm just trying to get a firm relationship to like the big, the major buildings, things that I would be able to see from high above.
Well, a lot of those. I mean, there's definitely things like the castle. All of the colossi you would easily be able to see from the sky. I mean, I've told you guys all about all the giant ass statues that are throughout the city.
Ass statues?
No, they're not actually ass statues.
Many of them have asses.
Yes, that's true.
There's giant buttocks coming out of the ground.
Booty, booty, booty.
So I mean,
booty everywhere.
It's a four-legged butt with two horns, the butt ox.
all of the colossi you'd be able to easily see. The market is easily noticeable because just sort of its central location and the circular tradeway around it.
The walls, I would assume.
Yeah, the walls, the harbor,
Yeah.
easily, major sort of, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Landmarks. You definitely pick out. You're like, oh yeah, I know. Okay, that's right. Like you know the city pretty well, and like just walking around it, you can get from place to place easily. But you've never really seen like a bird's eye view, like a map of the city before. So like you're having to spend time being like, oh, that's where that is. Or like, okay, like you recognize the places, but it's kind of weird putting it all together that way. So you take some time.
Yeah.
Like I said, the major landmarks aren't too big of a deal for you. But trying to find remember exactly where Troll Skull Manor is or something like that on the map might be difficult because it's not like a super easily noticeable landmark. You guys are now heading back, right?
Yep.
All right. Silas and Arjun and Ariel, you guys all went back with Matthias as well, right?
Yep.
What were you guys doing while he's been studying the map?
I was actually going to look at the map as well and make my own cross-reference points for the houses that were hit by the Black Viper. I would assume they would be detailed in like the paper, or, who got hit, or. I feel like it would be kind of big news.
Big news, everyone.
Well,
like I want to mark the castle people's house, and I want to find like
Castellairs
on the map, and then reference it with where the places that were hit.
Make a intelligence check as well.
19.
Bless you.
Well, I don't have any intelligence. I have 0 intelligence.
All right, so
That's the sweep. So your mod 0, your intelligence is 10. So you have average smarts.
So you have a 19 on your roll, right? All right, so you will be able to do that so far as Matthias is willing to give up the map to you in order for you to take the time to do that. That's really what it hinders on, because you're not going to both be able to do it at the same time.
Shit, this.
I mean, there's no reason that you can't take turns with the map. It just means that it would take longer for you both to do your thing.
Right.
Or you could buy your own map for $5.
That's it. Although they're closed at this point.
You tell me there's
Just
no
make a
24
copy
hour
of it.
map mart.
It's a big map. It's funny.
Well, there should be.
Bigger than a regular map.
It's like, guys, I'm gonna open up a new shop. It's gonna call Map Mart. 24/7.
24/7 maps.
In that case, I guess I'll just fucking wait and.
Well, like I said, it's up to Matthias. I'm not going to tell you that he does or does not let you have the map. That's up to him.
It's his I've got to ride a fucking griffin tomorrow. I'm going to do everything I can to keep my mind off of the fact that I am riding a fucking griffin. I need to know where things are.
No, that's fine.
You'll get this map when I go to bed.
There you go. So if you want to stay up late, super late, then you can do it.
Cramming for fun.
Or you can wait till after the Griffin ride's done. You guys have the map. I mean, it's true. It's not going anywhere.
I'm just going to take a couple hours.
Maybe
to
it
study
is.
and then I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll wait till he's done then.
Okay.
And then I'll examine it. And do I find
We
anything?
need to get in.
Yep, I'm
It's too expensive.
Well, I mean, you find it takes you some
Getting,
time to find all the sort of general areas, the addresses on the map. You find what you imagine to be, the right locations. I mean, they're all sort of in and around either the Sea Ward and Castle Ward.
So pretty much everything high profile. Like there's nothing.
Well, there's like a dozen different nobles that were hit. So I mean.
But like it doesn't make a pattern. Like there's not like I'm not noticing a pattern.
Castle
emerge
people
on
are
the
like
map.
right in the middle of it all.
Or like a zigzag, or like maybe like if I reference the addresses, like are there certain types of
You draw
like
a line between them all, basically.
It comes to a star-shaped pattern.
Yeah.
Pentacle. So well,
And in the middle.
now form the middle finger. Going to Handsome Biscuit tomorrow morning.
Nice.
bring me back the head of Handsome Biscuit.
I would like. No, you need to drop that shit. Go to Good Personality Biscuit.
Sense of humor biscuit. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
If you're gonna steep that shallow, just go for big tit biscuit.
Big titskits.
This is marketable.
It's
on the list! It's the Hooters of breakfast.
the breakfast of
When
breakfast.
Hooters are on a bagel, you can have titties anytime.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Pizza biscuits, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, pizza biscuits.
Titties in the morning, titties in the
It's-
morning, titties at supper time.
There's not right. I would say it's kind of it's just real spread out. Like you're able to find all the locations, but there doesn't seem to be. I mean, other than the fact that all of the noble houses are, well, I would say they seem like high-profile houses, but to be honest, you don't know that much about the noble houses of Waterdeep. So unless you want to do some additional investigation about the nobles of Waterdeep, it's hard to discern. Oh, is there? Well, it just so happens that all of these houses all have a problem with. Like, you don't know that kind of shit. You just like. But as far as where the locations on the map are, they're kind of spread out. They're all over. Doesn't make a picture or any kind of weird shit. and you don't know enough about the city's history to be able to say anything about the families that were hit. So.
Alright, well, I mean, I'll just take a note of what I don't know and the gaps I need to fill in, and then when I get a chance to hit the brakes on it, I'll...
Okay.
So on the way back,
Yep.
I'm gonna let Yar get a good, like, 50 yards ahead of me.
Yeah.
And I'll follow him. We're not going through the docks or anything.
No, that's like way south. You're not anywhere near all that.
But, you know, in case somebody tries to accost them for being an elf.
Sure.
Right. Good idea.
Get back to the Troll Skull Alley without any real issues. No interruptions, no complications. Like I said, this has been going on. You know, he seemed to imply that this has been going on for over a week, and there's only been, you know, less than a handful of deaths.
Right.
So it's not like something that's happening every night, you know. But it's definitely serial in nature, you know. So
It was worth a shot.
sure.
Cost us nothing.
All right. Unless anybody else is doing anything else that night, I assume you all go to bed at a relatively reasonable hour. You wake the next morning. You two were. You only need 4 hours of rest, so you're generally fine.
Yeah, it's in there.
You need 8 hours of rest. You were up until after midnight,
Yeah.
so you're going to be sleeping in a little bit unless you want to take some fatigue.
Nah, I'm fine. I was good.
Okay.
I did read.
So you get up. They told you to be up there at like first light, so you would have had to go to bed pretty early. You got back from the bar probably 7. Like you guys got there at like 7 or so. You probably left by 8:30. Probably studied for an hour, and we're in bed by 10.
Okay.
That way you can be up by like, you know,
Silas is
6.
gonna go with
Yeah.
them.
Huh?
Silas is gonna go with them.
Okay. Anybody else getting up early ass in the morning to go
I'm going with them because
to the rookery?
I'm the only one that's actually Board's Alliance, and that's kind of where the authority comes from.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
true. Yeah, she should probably be with us.
I was gonna
Also go.
go to bless to do the
Okay.
enhance ability.
So pretty much, you guys leave Yar passed out in bed. Everybody else gets up early and that's in the morning.
Leaf, look after him.
Um,
He doesn't drown
yeah.
in his vomit.
We'll leave him
And
go.
I'm just gonna go to
Went to
regular
ride the Griffin.
priest
Help
vestments,
me
no
to set
armor,
push cards.
don't need all that stuff. Sword armor. Oh yeah.
Does the ghost know the recovery position? Or no?
What? Yeah. Are you guys all going armed and armored? I mean, you have no choice, but.
I'm gonna wear my. I'm just gonna wear
Street
my
clothes.
regular clothes, maybe with my leather padded shirt or chest legs. Yeah, that's my codpiece.
I thought you weren't the bard.
You don't have to be a great singer to understand that genital protection is
I was
extremely
thinking
important.
the gem encrusted cup.
No, this is not. I don't.
This
I
is
can't
the
afford
low-key
Jim and
codpiece.
Yeah, this is the Acura of cod pieces. I mean, it's a solid ride, but I mean, everyone's got one.
No, this is Norfolk, so it's the Mustang.
Yeah.
Or the Charger. Or the Charger.
Yeah, no, I
Also,
already
just
my
got
sword
married to
and-
another cod
and
piece I
dagger
met 2
and-
nights ago at
in my
Green's.
room.
For the benefits.
Oh yeah.
You taking your armor?
I'm gonna take her to breakfast at Tristan's. Tits skits.
Yeah, no, I'm probably leaving the armor.
Okay.
Breast.
Like, I'll just carry my staff like it's a walking stick.
Sure, that'd be fine.
That's non-threatening.
Alright, you guys head towards Mount Waterdeep. You guys want to pay for a dray to the outskirts of town?
Yeah.
How long
I'll
would
do-
it be
I'll
under
do
wa-
it.
Well,
I'll just
kind
pay
of
for it.
rhetorical. We'd have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get there above first light if we don't.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're headed out, yeah, it would be at least a 3-hour, maybe 4-hour walk.
Big ass town.
It's dude. It's like trying to walk across New York City.
They need faster transportation.
In a dray, it probably still takes you 45 minutes to an hour. And you guys are dropped off. It's probably 2 silver for the dray. You guys are dropped off at where would be the best place for him to do that? Agarian's tower, which is just next to the Palace of Waterdeep. You can see pretty much if you kind of head back behind some buildings, you can start to climb up Mount Waterdeep. And it's a more or less direct climb up to the peak. You can, as you look up the mountain, sort of right in front of you, just maybe 25 yards in front of you, where the beginning of the mountain. As you look up, you see a giant stone griffin on the perch, or perched on the peak of Mount Waterdeep, and it looks to sort of be, sort of surveying and overlooking all of the city. And you can just kind of make out next to it, small, and of course the height difference, just the top of what looks like to be like a building is probably the area next to it. So, yeah, what time is it, everybody?
9:37.
Huh?
9:37.
It's like the rodeo. You have to
Does
stay
anybody-
on for 8 seconds.
Does anybody have anything that would aid them to climbing gear?
I have
Titans.
I gotta have that is.
There's not like a path. How did
Yeah,
the city
I got
watch get up there?
some.
Or they just get picked up on
They
Griffins?
fly.
At least 50 feet.
They probably get picked up on griffins. I don't see anything on here that says anything about path.
Oh, there's got to be some way that you can get up there other than just climbing up a rock wall.
Yeah, I got 50 feet of
Oh
rope.
no, there probably is one, but actually they probably would have had to take you all the way around into the dock ward over by the naval harbor, behind the naval harbor, and then you basically hike north from the flatter side. It's a more gentle slope from the beach side, basically. Up. You probably go that way. All in all, with the trek up, you guys don't get there by first light. It's probably 8:30 in the morning by the time y'all get there.
Okay.
I mean, it's whatever.
It is what it is. So I guess the plan, provided you break the animal, is you mark on the map where you get hits, and then we will reference the list of known nimble rates
Yeah,
against that list.
I don't have a lot of faith that I'm going to be exceptionally accurate, but if I can at least get, some numbers and some general areas, might help us reduce our search area down a little bit.
No, actually, you guys were told to meet outside the river gate, which is actually on the other side, outside the trade ward, away from Mount Waterdeep. So basically, you guys would have gone there, and then met some city guards who would have been on griffins and would have flown you up to the. Wouldn't take you. So you guys would probably get to the river gate easily by 6:45, 7 o'clock. So a little past first light, and then they would have flown you up. It would have taken you just a few minutes to fly.
Okay.
City guard are taking you. These griffins are fucking big. Even you can fit on one. The griffin does seem to struggle with you a bit more than anybody else. But even with a city guard, I mean, these things are. I mean, even on all four, their head is above yours. You would imagine if they were to rear up on their hind legs, they'd probably be 12, 15 feet at the head, you know, standing straight on their hind legs. They're big creatures. They probably easily weigh more than a ton. I mean, think a furry, feathery elephant almost, right? That can fucking fly.
With wings.
Well, obviously it flies. Again, these have the head of like a large eagle, body of a lion, with again feathered wings. They are massive and majestic to behold. Their feathers are vary in color. A lot of them are white, but some of them are brown or multicolored. Some are sort of have like some blue tinges to them, things like that. The riders who take you up strap you guys in tightly, both basically strap you to them and to the saddle itself. So you're kind of almost like friggin', you know,
In bondage.
yeah, in bondage on this thing. It's almost like if you ever did like a tandem jump, you know, where only you're kind of strapped, instead of being strapped in front of them, you're strapped behind them. That way there's no chance of anybody falling off. They don't want to be liable for that shit. As you fly, again, you approach, and the size of the griffin statue, the Colossus, atop Mount Waterdeep, has always seemed big as you've looked up at it. As you actually approach in air towards it, you realize just how massive this thing is. It's, you know, again, it's sort of in a perched position with its wings sort of half unfurled, and its
Fort Condor.
its head is easily 55 feet, 60 feet off the peak of the mountain. Its wingspan is probably a good 100 or more feet wide. It's enormous. It's almost a mountain atop a mountain. As you also see this small, not really small, it's good size, but this eyrie that's next to it. It looks pint-sized next to the Griffin Colossus, but again, as you approach, you realize, oh no, this is good size, and it has to be, because it houses fucking griffins. You land, and you're greeted by some additional City Watch Guard, and Jarl Silvermane is also there. He's just sort of like, good morning, everybody. A little later than we hoped, but it's not that big a deal. Everyone's still shaking off the morning light anyways. So who's going to be trying to ride Bone Snapper this morning?
Well, that would be me, sir.
All right. Well,
Now I make sure to waive the
I mean, he
permissions.
was there.
yeah, he was there, but you guys are still outside the rookery as he approaches, because Jarl's part of the Lord's Alliance as well. He's not part of the City Guard. He doesn't, I mean, out of respect, he might be able to make some orders, but officially speaking, the City Guard don't answer to him. So, you also probably would have presented the thing to the City Guard outside the gate. So,
Right.
but yeah, he, you guys approach the rookery, there's some guards there, they open the doors in. When you walk in, it smells. It smells pretty terrible.
I hang out with Yar, I'm immune.
I mean, imagine the idea of being in a place that smells somehow both like wet cat and bird at the same time. Like that's what this smells like.
Cat food fast.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It smells terrible. The city guard who are up here don't seem overly fazed by it. Probably all goddamn day up here. At this point, they're just kind of like but to you guys, you're like,
Censoring
oh,
dead.
Jesus. Even Silvermane is like, oh God, I never. Anytime I come up here, I can't.
I don't have to breathe.
Like,
Smart.
It's like, hold on 1 minute. Okay.
but he's like, all right. He eventually a captain comes up. He actually has he's wearing an officer's uniform, city guard officer's uniform. And you see on his sort of lapel, he also has appears to be like a pin that has wings on it. Looks like he's maybe specifically a captain of the Griffin Cavalry. And he's like, got word that one of you is going to be helping us break in our new Griffin. I just want to warn you, he's stubborn. He's young. He's not used to being ridden yet, but he knows the commands. The right person, he listens. He just is real picky about who he wants to listen to.
Could you maybe tell me what those commands are?
He's like, yeah, we'll go over that. It's just
There's a pre-flight briefing.
yeah, there will be a pre-flight briefing.
A tray table.
Is there a leaf? I mean, a feather or some fur around?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty.
Okay, I'll back it up.
Okay. You guys go by. There's a number of stables that have griffins in them. Some of them are being fed, and they're some of them are still passed out sleeping. And eventually, he takes you back, and you're sort of standing. There's about a chest-high gate that looks into kind of an open pen. It's got a ceiling to it. It's got very thick, heavy metal grating from about 9 or 10 feet up, all the way, like when it goes up about another 25, 30 feet to a domed ceiling. And this circular enclosure has a single griffin in it. It has black feathers on its head and normal sort of like dark brown lion body. Its wings are also black, but then end in some white tips. It's sitting there just chewing through. There's just a whole cow, the whole cow, and it's just laying there, just ripping this cow apart, eating it, whatever. Hang on, it's like there's Bone Snapper. We're feeding him now, so that maybe he's a little happier, a little more docile. Get him full belly in him. He's sometimes a little less likely to get snappy at you. So.
Bone Snapper. Get it.
Bone saws.
He's like, it's true, but it's mostly because, and then you hear a crunch as he's just like, as he's chewing into the cow. He's not even picking around like for the meat and trying to pull off the bones. He's literally just chowing, and he just cracks the bones in his beak, and then like bits just fall. The bones just kind of like fall out of his beak, and then he leaves the meat in his mouth, and you see him chewing and blood sort of falling
So it's kind
out.
of like me when I eat chicken.
Yeah. He kind of just takes huge bites, bone and all, and you see him sort of just crunching on bone and meat all together, and then he just kind of like, as he chews, you see him, he seems to be working with his tongue the bones out of the meat, they just fall out of the side, and then
he's making an owl pellet, basically.
and then he eventually swallows blood and everything sort of tinging the edge of his beak. He seems content and happy. Yeah, he's not delicate with his eating. He eventually, the captain says, all right, we're not expecting, we basically just want to make sure that he will follow commands in the air, sort of out in the open. He's gone through test flights with some of the people here in the enclosure, which we're going to do with you first as well. And then we'll let you out, and then that's going to be the real test, is making sure he doesn't just kind of fly off with you on his back.
Yeah, I don't particularly want that either.
So the biggest thing you're gonna need to know is,
Please don't kill me.
first off, have you ever ridden a horse?
Yes.
Okay. Steering is not too much different. You've got a rein, you've got your saddle and stirrups. You can kind of squeeze with your feet, kind of guide a little bit with the reins, and he should understand what you want to do. If you want to go faster, you just kind of kick into his stomach a little bit. Not too hard, but enough to kind of get his attention. You want to slow him down, pull back evenly, but confidently on the reins a little bit. Give him a tug. He'll know to slow down a bit. Don't try to do anything fancy. Don't try to do any crazy barrel rolls or nose dives or anything
barrel roll
like that.
What Peppy told me.
He technically knows the commands, but let's be honest, if this is the first time you're riding a griffin, you can die doing this. So let's not get crazy. We just want to make sure he goes out on a run and comes back. Let's see. Anything else? If you do need to gain altitude, there is on either side of the back of his neck, attached to his reins, right where the sort of harness meets the reins themselves, on his left and right are 2 jewels. If you need to gain altitude, touch the right jewel. If you need to lose altitude, touch the left jewel. These jewels are magical, and they will essentially... He's been taught that the sensation he gets from these jewels, what they mean.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. I'm going to let you through this gate. Do not hurt him, but probably don't let him hurt you either. He is saddled already. But like I said, he's picky about who he lets ride him. So the first part of this test is to see who he'll... You say you're going to do this, but we're going to see whether or not you're the one who's going to do this. We're going to see whether or not he likes you enough to let you on it. So, he opens the gate and kind of like lets you in. He's like, if you need to, come running back here and I'll open the gate and let you out.
Okay, I'll walk in and just slowly make my way.
Did you bring any snacky cakes?
No. Was I supposed to? That wasn't on the brochure.
What? Can I was gonna cast enhance ability on him before he started.
Sure.
doing it.
Okay.
Now, it says it will give him. This one here, Alice Wisdom. Target has advantage on wisdom checks. Does that include any skills that have him?
No.
So then it's not gonna help him. Okay, don't worry about it.
Just the thought that counts.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hold on. Wisdom.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it would. Yeah, it would.
So animal
It would.
handling is wisdom.
Yeah.
What is it? I mean, those are skills, but they're
Yeah.
checks.
Right. No, it would. Any
Okay.
skill, any wisdom-based skill would. Yeah.
Okay, so I take the feather and I touch you with it, say some words, and you have advantage on all wisdom checks.
For how long, or is it
For 1 hour as long as I'm concentrating on you. Okay.
So concentrate on the whole time.
Does it have a? I guess once it's Once
This
okay.
range is touch. Once I touch him,
Then he doesn't have a maximum range. He has to stay within. Okay.
I just have to concentrate on the spell.
Okay. All right. So you walk in there. You approach him. He kind of regards you, and the closer you get, the more he kind of takes his paws and he kind of wraps them around the cow, and kind of like pulls it in.
Much like I do with the chicken.
And he kind of regarding you a little bit with his eyes. But he keeps eating.
Before.
He's not being aggressive in any way just yet or anything like that. But
All right. Well,
make. All right. What exactly do you want to do in order to, I guess, ingratiate
well,
yourself?
I'll
I'll stay there with my hands kind of palm out to my side, just let him see me for a bit. So, as he, so he can get comfortable to the fact that I am closer to him while he eats.
Okay.
And then after a few minutes, I'll kind of walk closer. I'll give him a wide berth, and I'll start making my way to his side. Close to where the saddle is, and I'll put my hand out and see if he'll let me touch him.
Okay. Make a animal handling check.
Nat 20.
Holy crap. Okay.
Nice.
You have advantage if you want to. All right. So yeah, Matthias very deftly walks out confidently, doesn't show any signs of weakness or anything like that. Sort of hands out, showing that he doesn't mean any harm. Bone Snapper continues to eat, regarding him. Like I said, it at first kind of pulled its meal in a little bit closer to protect it. But as Matthias sort of slowly moved forward, his hands, palm showing and everything else, confidently, it seems like, eventually he kind of like relaxes a bit, his shoulders sort of dropped a bit. He starts to sort of like eating, and he's not even really keeping an eye on you anymore. He's just kind of eating. He seems generally kind of comfortable with your presence. And you make your way over to the side, you kind of place your hand onto sort of his side and pet him a bit. He doesn't flinch or anything else, he just kind of sits there. And after you sort of place your hand on him, pet him a bit, he's kind of taking a bite. He eventually just, not in any sort of, not quickly or anyways, just sort of like lifts his head up and sort of like does turn and look over at you while he's kind of like finishing little bits, and now you see some bone crunch, like fall sort of at your feet.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look aggressive at you. He just sort of he looks like he's just looking at you like, hey, how's it going?
Like, hey, buddy, you're a bone snapper. I'm Matthias. And then,
kind of squawks very sort of lightly, just sort of.
And then I'll keep petting him, and I'll just tell him what I'm going to do.
Okay.
All right, buddy. You and I are going to be partners for a little while, all right? You and me are going to be a great team. But these guys over here want me to break you in. I don't think you need to be broken. I think you just need someone who's going to ride you right.
Oh, God.
Oh, big talk.
There's that confidence.
So I'll be like, so you and I are gonna fly around for a little bit, and we're gonna show them how good a team we're gonna be. All right?
It just sort of like, it looks at you and then just kind of goes back to take another bite. Just kind of like, okay.
You got it.
You control my mood.
Just get on with it, Matthias.
Dominate.
His tastes are unconventional.
Big rubber ball and a beak. All right. Well, after a few minutes of me, just sitting there, I'll keep talking just so that he gets used to the sound of my voice, and I'll keep petting him. But then after a few minutes, I'll get up into the saddle.
Yeah, he lets you climb up. He doesn't regard the fact that you climbed on too much. You weigh almost nothing to him. And he just kind of keeps eating. The cow's probably 80% done at this point. But he's just kind of still like ripping little shreds off, and you hear the crack of bones and things like that from in front of him. He doesn't get up when you climb on him or anything. He doesn't respond at all.
Well, I'm just gonna keep being very. Take each step and give him some time to acclimate to each further step that I take. So, kind of let him be comfortable with it. But after a couple minutes, even if he's still kind of snipping at it, I'll start, like I would a horse, and start moving it towards, trying to get him to go towards the gate.
Okay. Well,
or wherever I would be told where to.
Well, right now you're just trying to see if you start off with, just get him to fly around this sort of enclosure.
Oh, okay.
And then if you do well there, they'll let you out.
So I'm not trying to take him out of the gate area.
Not just yet. The idea is to see if you can handle yourself in here first.
Okay.
And
gotcha. I thought we were taking him from the gate to an enclosed area.
No, you're in an enclosed area.
Well, then, I'll I'll try to get him to move away from the food first to walk around, but then
Okay.
like,
Yeah, you kind of sort of tug on the reins a little bit, sort of turn his head a bit, and he kind of like, at first he kind of like resists a little and kind of like takes another bite, and then like, he sort of just like, no, come on, let's get up. He kind of like eventually just, you feel him sort of pulls himself up onto his legs, and he stands up, and he just starts kind of, now he's standing, and he takes another bite. And then he kind of just starts walking slowly away, and just sort of just circling the large circular enclosure, just walking.
Okay. Well, then I'll what's the when you kick him? What's that called?
Oh,
There's a term for it, but I don't remember.
put him in like into a
Yeah,
gallop. or
get him to go faster, and
Right.
then if I can get him to do that, I guess I need to hit the.
Probably be a trot.
Well, yeah, it's a trot, but like with the action of like
The actual
digging
action, right.
your heels
Spurring?
in. Yes, I think that's it, spurring him on. So I'll do that, try to get him to go into a trot, and then once he does that, I guess I have to hit the gem to make him actually take flight.
Yeah. So all right. Yeah. He picks up speed, starts kind of running circles around. You can see he's kind of antsy to fly. Like you feel his wings kind of like, he's not taking off, but he's kind of like ready. He's kind of like shifting his wings.
Then I'll start doing the.
All right. Make another animal handling check. You have advantage.
11.
All right. I mean, the hardest part is just convincing him to let you ride him. So, getting him to follow commands, he's a smart animal. He understands. So, you're able to get, you sort of touch the right jewel at the back of his sort of base of his skull, and his wings shoot out, and he jumps and takes flight, and he's flying around, not doing anything crazy, just kind of like gliding. He'll flap and kind of glide around. He squawks a few times, and he's just flying. The captain is just sort of like, turns to you guys, he's like, this kid's good.
Or lucky.
You can be both!
So he's like, after a few minutes sort of flying around, the captain kind of enters the area. You're flying around, and he walks over and pulls a lever, and like I said, there's a big sort of thick metal grating that kind of goes from about 10 feet high up to about 30 feet high. Kind of lets light and air and stuff like that. And one side of it kind of swings open, a big gate, so that you can fly out of. He's like, all right, he seems to like you. Time to see how you do in the open air.
Hear that, buddy? You like me. You remember that. I'll pat him on his the back of his neck or whatever, and I'll usher him towards the open causeway.
He follows the commands, flies out the gate, and you are in the open air of Waterdeep, flying on a griffin. So, is there any particular pattern or anything like that you want to fly over the city?
To begin with, probably not. I think to begin with, I would be less concerned about trying to look at or use the tool as I would be just making sure that I have firm bearing and like kind of figure out what I'm doing for at least a little while. And then once after I feel pretty confident, then we've already kind of walked around our area, or the what was it,
the North Ward?
Yeah, the east of the North Ward,
Yeah.
and all the way from the Temple of Gond. So I'd probably not worry as much about that area, but I would start kind of crossing back and forth.
Okay.
Since we talked about it yesterday, I'd probably start in the.
Well, you're already in the south. You're just north of the Dock Ward.
Okay.
And then you're just west of the Castle Ward, and just south of the Sea Ward.
Okay.
So
then I would.
Okay, then I would start in the ward that I'm closest to, and I'd just start kind of
Like I said-
cross-hatching back and forth.
Like I said, you can pretty much easily, quickly get to either Sea Ward, Castle Ward, Dock Ward. Just which one do you want to
We'll
start
start at
with?
Dock Ward.
Alright. So you go over the Dock Ward. You now have got to fly him one-handed to use this thing.
Yes, I do.
So make another animal handling check.
Come on. 10. 10.
Alright, that's just enough to just do.
Thanks, Joe.
Alright.
No, I won't do that. I put everything into one dice.
Alright. You manage to sort of pull the thing out. You're kind of holding on to him with one hand. You're trying to test this thing and see what it's doing. As you fly over the dock ward, it starts going off. Pretty like more crazy than it was outside of that villa earlier.
All over the dock ward?
No, one general area. There's 3 ships. 2 of them are actually pulled into the harbor on the docks.
Okay.
One of them is kind of floating further. It's not actually up on a dock. It's floating out, but it sails similar colors to the 2, and it's nearby, kind of floating in the harbor.
So I think it's this one ship.
No,
Or it's kind of
all 3 of them. They have very brightly colored sails.
Okay.
You've seen them before. They've been here for a little while.
Logo, insignias, or anything that I might recognize?
They are you're not sure the name of the troupe, but it's this traveling circus.
Yeah, those guys, the Harlequin group.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember their names. Okay.
But the thing is, anytime you fly over those ships, this thing almost freaking shakes out of your goddamn hand.
Okay. Well, then that one will be fairly easy to remember. Then I'll take a pass or 2 around there just to confirm, but then I'll move on and continue around the dock ward until I feel.
Nowhere else in the dock ward.
Okay.
Do you get anything? Dock ward's not a very wealthy area typically. I mean, there's a few nicer establishments that are businesses, merchant stuff, but it's overall not a overly wealthy area.
So there's the dock ward, the castle ward, and the south
Well,
ward?
from here, you're in the dock ward. You can go north into the castle ward, or so the northwest is the castle ward, or northeast into the trade ward.
Where were we yesterday when we found it? That was in the north ward.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go to the castle ward.
All right. So you go to the castle ward. You get some activity in the castle ward. It's mostly like over the castle itself.
Which would totally make sense.
It would make sense. You would imagine that there probably are a couple of nimblewrights within the castle that probably servants of some kind, or have whatever tasks.
Okay.
That seems reasonable.
Well, then I won't spend much time around the castle. Are there any other buildings around the castle other than that are still in the ward, barracks or administrative
Oh
buildings?
yeah, lots.
Okay, then I'll spend my time making sure that I do a flyover of all of them next.
None of those really.
Okay.
It's really just when you fly over the castle itself. It's a rather large building, so it's easy to tell that when you get outside the castle walls, it's kind of calmed down by that point. It's within the castle walls.
Okay.
From there, you can either go east to the trade ward, north to the market, which there's also the city of the dead, which is basically all the mausoleums and graveyards, which are over here. So you're literally right here. So you can go over here to the trade ward and the city of.
I'll do the trade ward next.
All right. So you fly over the trade ward and you even go down the southern ward. Southern ward's pretty small, but you don't really get anything out of either of those areas. And then from there, you want to go over to the City of Dead.
Yep.
All right.
That's exactly what I want to do.
All right. You don't get anything in the City of Dead. And then you've just got the only other place to go is the Sea Ward here, and then sort of this central northward area you never really went through. and then the field ward.
Yeah, I'll go Sea Ward, then the rest of the North World Ward and Field Ward will find it.
Okay, you get a couple blips on the Sea Ward.
Okay.
One that's kind of near Delzorin Street.
Okay.
And which is you kind of try to see if there's any major landmarks that you'd be able to like relate it to. Well, yeah, it's near the Street of the Shining Dolphin is a really large entry road into the city. It comes from the Troll Gate to the north. It's a major, like when caravans and stuff like that, trade and stuff like that come in, they come through the Troll Gate and down the Street of Shining Dolphins.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the Singing Dolphin. Delzorin Street is just off of that. So yeah, there's one near there. There's another one over by actually not too far from where the other one was, just kind of north of it. Kind of a cluster of smaller buildings there. The first one seemed to be like a collection of larger estates. Then just north of that, you get another kind of ping that's
so 3 total,
including the so in the Sea Ward there's the 2. There's the one by Delzorin Street. Like I said, that seemed like a cluster of estates, a number of like wealthy estates. And then just north of that, a little ways, is a cluster of smaller buildings that you got. And then nothing else really in the North Ward or the Field Ward.
Okay. Well, then, once I feel pretty comfortable about the routes that I've taken and that I've been, pretty diligent about things, I'll start steering Bone Snapper back towards the rookery.
Make another animal handling check.
11.
Okay.
Probably past the hour mark at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you make it back. It does take probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours that he's gone. I mean, what are you guys doing hanging out at the rookery while you're there? You're welcome, like, the guards let you guys, like, feed some of the griffins if you want.
A private, or as private as I can get, conversation with Silvermane.
Sure, yeah. He's happy to kind of take it aside with you.
Does the name Duval Starsong mean anything to you?
Yeah.
Look,
Yes.
often enough will save a man. Should his courage
He's a
hold it.
person of interest. Nothing concrete on him.
He doesn't like the Xanathar's Guild.
Well, that would make sense. We have our beliefs. He's tied into the Zentarum.
That was my suspicion as well.
But we don't have anything concrete on him.
Well, he has offered to hire myself and Yar to act on information regarding the Xanathar's Guild.
Okay. That could be very handy on getting something concrete on.
Indeed.
Do you think that you're up for that? Do you need backup? Do you need anything that the Lord's Alliance could help with? Obviously, I mean, we gotta keep it. We don't want to. If you're gonna go undercover, we don't need to do anything that's gonna break the cover. But
I believe that we can handle it. However, as you say, if we're going to go undercover, we need to be undercover.
sure. So that means if you're gonna have any communications with us, it needs to be not at HQ.
Correct.
Yeah. You guys are still residing in Troll Skull Alley?
Yes, sir.
Troll Skull Manor?
Yes.
Is there any place there that would be a secure drop-off?
Yes.
Where?
By the kitchen door. I will put a barrel.
Okay.
Behind or under the barrel would be a safe location.
Okay.
Actually, let's make it behind the barrel.
In that case, what I will do is I will have one of our men, and when I say one of our men, it may not be a signed member of the Lord's Alliance for obvious reasons, but somebody that I trust. Go by, check the barrel. I don't want to do it every day. That creates suspicion. So we'll say every actually, you know what? Here's I hate this. You have to make it complicated, but the more complicated you can make it, the more to make it just complicated enough that it's not conspicuous, but not so complicated that it seems conspicuous. He says, how about this? You guys have a pretty big place. If there's a message behind the barrel, then open your front, third floor front left corner window, or the window shutters. If they're open, I'll know you have communications for them. And I'll have somebody kind of walk by, periodically and check, and then we'll grab the missive from behind the barrel. If we have information for you, we're just gonna drop it behind the barrel. You'll have to check every day or so.
Will do.
Because it's easy for you to just kind of step out and check behind the barrel. I'm more worried about any operative I send over there walking by the house all the time and being seen, and that starts to get weird. So, yeah, if you have information, signal will be you open the third floor left front window shutters. We'll check the barrel.
Okay.
Otherwise, if we have information, we're just going to make the drop, and you'll have to check on a regular basis. But that's good. I would like to get it, find out exactly what's going on in the Zentarum. If we can get some people on the inside, then we might be able to put an end to all this.
He wanted us to look into a series of murders that have happened by the docks. The victims are all elves or half-elves.
Yeah. We're trying to keep that going. There's enough elves in the city that we could have a real problem on our hands if that became an openly known thing. So obviously, I'm worried about the fact that somebody's talking about it, but it's happening in the dead of night. We're usually able to pay off any witnesses to keep their mouths shut, but I guess you pay anybody enough, and then their mouths open again.
Sometimes you just gotta take him to the back.
Here's the thing. Look, I don't know why he has interest in that. The fact, I guess he's an elf, maybe he fears for his own life. I don't know.
That's what he said.
Maybe he has ulterior motives. Maybe he knows who's doing it and he wants them found and caught. Maybe it's, Xanathar. I don't know. But to be honest, we can get a murderer off the street.
Sure.
Why not? Why not help him do that? I don't know what his motives are, but we'll figure that out once the job's done.
We'll investigate it and try to do that job for him and garner his trust and information,
Yeah.
which I will pass on to you.
Excellent. Good work. If you guys need any items, arms, equipment, things like that, within reason.
It's either that or bashing at the end of a never-ending story.
Did anybody else want to do anything at the rookery before he gets back?
Yeah, rookery stuff. No.
I'm gonna pay for a rooker.
A Michael Rooker.
All right. Well, you got Mary Poppins, yo.
No, I'll just wait patiently and chat up with some of the guards.
I think I think my character would get a huge kick out of feeding giant half
Oh yeah, they'd be happy to help you feed them.
Yeah.
Most of the other griffins there are like older. They're used to it being sort of around people, and they don't. There's not much of a problem. They let you sort of pet them and feed them and stuff like that. They're pretty tame. So yeah. Eventually, you come flying back in. Make one more animal handling check to see whether or not you stick the landing.
Come on, don't carry strung this.
16.
All right. Yeah, you fly in. You land. And Bone Snapper just kind of like swoops in. The landing's a little rough, not because you did anything wrong. It's just, it's a big animal trying to stop quickly, and so you're kind of jostled around a bit as you land. But you're managed to hold on. And he just kind of like trots around in a circle and slows down, and then kind of like goes back over and kind of picks at the carcass.
I hope a science like 8.5.
So he's
It's better than the Russian Griffin, so I'm okay.
Griffin control. Griffin traffic control.
Griffin control.
So,
you
alright,
dismount Bone Snapper. And,
Alright, while he's banging it off, I'll pet eye. Good work today, buddy. Good boy. This is a boy, right? That could be a
yeah,
girl.
it's a boy. He kind of,
Women can
coos
snap
a little
bones.
bit when you pet him, and then that's not a coo. But
You don't know what a griffin sounds like.
and then as you sort of walk away, he kind of like squawks at you, and then or whatever, and then kind of goes back to chewing on stuff. As you go back through, you exit the pen through the gate. The captain's kind of standing there, and he's like, "I'm impressed, honestly. It takes a long time to for most of my men to be able to fly a griffin that well, and especially not one that's usually quite as stubborn as that one."
I've shit my pants 3 times.
That was the most terrifyingly awesome thing I've ever done in my rudimentary life.
Out of your butt cheeks.
He says, "You may have a future in it. If you ever want to potentially pursue a career in the Griffin Cavalry, come talk to me."
I want to have this conversation like in real life. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah, it would be great.
Son, you think you could make it?
The problem is that you would be like part of the Melanie Griffith Cavalry.
Oh no.
No, mister.
All right, and he's like, well, I appreciate y'all's help today. My understanding is that this was mutually beneficial, that you guys had something you got out of this as well.
We did, and I think I've got some really, I think I succeeded in my mission as well. Thank you, Captain. This was an illuminating day.
personally and for the rest of us as well. I might take you up on the offer, though. I would appreciate the opportunity to do that again.
All right. I'm sure we can arrange something. He sort of turns to Silverhand. He's like, if everything's in order, please give the Open Lord, my platitudes. He's like, I hope that, we can continue to work with the Lord's Alliance, closely and whatnot. If there's anything else that we can do for you guys, feel free to, let me know. And then Silverhand shakes his hand and is like, of course, likewise. Feel free to stop by. The city guard ever needs the Lord's Alliance help. And then he kind of like, Silverhand sort of turns all you guys like, well, time to head home, boys.
Miller
And
time.
ladies.
So when we get back down on the streets, I'm gonna like gather everybody around. I have been let go from the Lord's Alliance.
I'm so sorry for you.
Like,
Because of that incident, I was a liability, so I no longer work for them anymore.
There.
All right, tough break. Okay, so what's fun?
All right. So, pretty interesting.
I don't know.
There's about
I was asleep.
There's about 4 points of interest. All right. There's some ships down in the Dark World that got a hit. They're from that traveling circus group, the brightly colored elves. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah,
I know
I've
you've
seen them.
But they're ships. I can't. There are 3 of them. I don't know if it was one or all of them, but went off like a firework. The castle, which makes sense to me, that there would, of course, there'd be some in the castle, and there's no way to tell how many, but that to me is the least surprising place. And then 2 places in the Sea Ward. 2 places near.
there's also the other place in the North Ward you guys already knew about.
Oh yeah,
We did
well,
fly over
yeah.
that.
That place we already knew. And then there's 2 places near the Street of the Singing Dolphin. One place, I don't know the roads exactly. I just know there was one near the Singing Dolphin, and one a little bit north of there. So at least nothing in any of the other wards that I flew over. So it cut off a lot of real estate that we probably don't need to waste any time. But we need that list from the Temple of Gond so that we can maybe
Cross-reference.
that. Yep.
I guess we'll get that in a few days.
Well, maybe now that we've got this information, we can just go straight to them.
True.
Yeah. No. I don't know. I'm waking up and realizing, oh, they all left. Oh God, it's Griffin Day! Fuck!
You wake up. You head downstairs, and there's somebody sitting at the bar.
Do I have pants on first?
I don't know. Do you? Yeah, roll for pants.
50-50.
I got a 3. No.
No pants. Which is funny because you have to walk outside
Yeah,
to
you
get around.
really have to walk outside to get into the bar.
That's right. That's the best part. No pants.
We should make a fire pole slide down.
That would hurt with no pants.
We could probably build one.
Pole on pole.
That's kind of
Miss me
cheap.
Okay. Well.
As you walk in, back is to you. Appears to be male, well dressed, blonde hair. And he kind of spins around on a bar stool, and it's Rainier.
Rainier. Oh yeah. That was the guy we helped out like way back when.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he's just like, hey, so
Where is everything?
yeah, where is everybody? And where are your pants?
Right over there.
Garrett's like, good question and very good question.
First off, anyone ever go to pants? I'll be right back. Pants time. Pants.
Pants are on backwards. Why didn't somebody tell me my ass was so this big?
Yeah, I explained, hey,
How's that
everybody else.
true?
Now that I have pants on, I've explained everybody else went out for an errand. I'll be back soon. What are you doing here?
Well, a couple things. One, I'd spoken with Cyrus about potentially investing in the inn here, and I haven't really heard much else back. He said he was going to talk to you guys and then get back to me.
Haven't had a chance yet.
And
Everybody needs to
also,
be in the same place.
I heard that there was a fireball explosion outside of here, and I kind of just wanted to check in on everybody and make sure you were all okay.
We're all fine here. Thank you very much, Captain. How are you?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
I've been just kind of trying to lay low considering everything that happened, but you know, otherwise I'm fine.
I invite him to have a drink. Sit around.
He's already drinking.
Oh, perfect. Then I catch up with him.
Okay.
And we just kind of sit around and wait
And
for
then
everybody to come
promptly
back.
beat them.
Yes. And we just kind of sit around and wait for people to come back.
Okay. Do you tell him anything about what's been going on or what you know? Or
I kind of hint to it a little bit, but as far as they went, I don't want to say they went for a griffin ride to find out what's going on with his ledger guy. They went to go run an errand for the Lord's Alliance. Something to do with training animals. I don't.
He's
know.
kind of like,
Yeah, okay.
why would it take
Just
all
the-
of them to go to?
Just the
Why would they
drunken
even take
babblings of a
whatever?
pirate. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's just like, all right, whatever.
And to break in a mermaid.
Eventually, you guys all come back. You find Renier and Yar
More into mermanities.
pretty much kind of 3 sheets to the wind at the bar at this point. I mean, by the time you guys get back, it's probably 10:30. They've been drinking for about 2 hours.
Day drinking?
Yeah.
Morning drinking.
They've just kind of been chit chatting and drinking, and they're I mean they're not like on the verge of passing out, but they are in very good moods.
We're happy.
This is what I expected to walk into. This just makes
I
sense.
like, hey, Yar.
Hey.
Here?
Hey, Cyrus, you have not gotten back to me about the whole this thing.
Oh, yes. Group chat, everybody.
We've been a bit busy. Someone tried to blow up the bloody place.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's kind of another reason why I stopped by. I want to make sure everybody's okay.
Yeah, we're all good.
Well, good. Well, good. Everything's great. The city watch has got a great investigator on it. Hopefully, we'll hear back something about that.
Did anybody else get hurt? Is ever like?
Well, there were some people.
died.
Well, some people did get hurt, none of us, but
Oh, who? That's still terrible.
there was. We didn't have a whole lot of time to really do our own little poking around before the city watch and the official investigators got there, but the lead investigator did come and talk to us, and the reason why he did is because he deduced that one of the individuals may have been heading towards our establishments from the pattern of
Who
footprint.
was it?
A gnome.
A gnomish man, I think he said.
No name.
I think I got his name. I think he was on a wanted poster, wasn't he? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got his name. I don't remember what it is.
It was
I would know it.
Dalakar.
A gnome named Dalakar.
He got as soon as he
That was
heard
it.
gnome, before he even heard Dalakar, you see him sort of like, oh.
That guy. I feel like you know something about this, or you're afraid you do. One.
I'm afraid I do. He's like, look, when the Lord's ousted my father, I thought his long, dark shadow was finally gone for good. Honest to God, the truth is, I want nothing to do with the man. I don't. But he has eyes and ears everywhere. He's a powerful man, and his spies hound me constantly. One of them was a gnome named Dalakar.
That guy.
Yeah, we know.
He's been watching me for a few months. I've seen him around. He's good at his job, but I mean, he slips up every once in a while. But
Was good at his job.
Well, that means he's good enough to know that you frequent this place often enough. But he's bad enough that other people know who he is and where he goes.
He's like, well, that's the thing, you know, like about, I guess it was like 10 days ago.
There's a big gap in those.
This Dalakar was suddenly I hadn't seen him. I hadn't seen him around, and I thought maybe he just got better at his job. I don't know, but I'm gonna be honest. My father does not trust many people at all. He trusted Dalakar.
Well, we got no information.
He's like, when I saw him, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. He wouldn't. He's like, but I knew some of his friends because, you know, I still have connections because I'm a Neverember. I knew some of his friends, and I asked them what was going on with him. They told me, eventually, after some drinks and everything else, that he's on a special mission to retrieve the Stone of Galore. Galar.
What's that?
That thing.
Exactly.
It's a key. Supposedly a key to a secret vault that my father may or may not have stashed 1 million gold coins.
No! That's a lot of gold. Oh!
Wait, what?
Here in Waterdeep. Somewhere.
You do follow the profanity.
You've got this key, don't you?
I don't. My understanding was that Dalakar was supposed to be finding it and getting it. But he was afraid the Zentarum and the Xanathar's guild were both closing in on him.
Yeah.
He heard about my kidnapping. He wanted to know more about you guys, the adventurers that rescued me. I think Dalakar found the stone. Might have been coming here to pay you guys to take it back to my dad.
But then he's blew up the alleyway?
No, we don't know. He didn't blow. No, something else blew him up.
Something else.
Oh, okay.
No.
I was kind of drunk.
Something else with access to. We found the necklace, didn't we?
Yeah, we found the necklace.
Yeah. Something else that had access to the necklace blew up part of the alleyway.
Well, something that leads me to believe that something was probably after him. It's not coincidental that.
And like I said, he thought the Zentarum and Xanathar's guild both were closing in on him. So
I wonder if those other dead bodies, maybe one of them or two of them, may have been members.
You guys saw on two of the bodies. You saw.
Oh, that's right, we did.
The Zentarum symbol.
Okay. Yeah. So remember the two of the Zentarum
that
corpses.
leads credence to the Xanathars are the ones that perpetrated the hit. But no, did anyone see? Did anyone see anyone try to take something off of the body, or was it?
I think it was too late by the time we got to the scene.
I'm not saying it out loud, but if I'm remembering correctly, the kid, like the eyewitnesses that we talked to, saw something on the rooftops.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it jumped down. The kid was hiding in the barrel, and it ditched the necklace in the barrel. But if it came down to ground level, it could have taken.
Yeah,
the
but
stone from the
I
body.
thought the way I remember it was that he saw it on the rooftops and it did jump down, but by that time it was running away. It didn't go it had tossed and run.
I'm not sure.
Neither am I. It's
But
been
it,
a month,
I imagine if it was just going to run away, it could have done that at rooftop level.
maybe.
Anyway, I digress.
You
Not
guys
saying
actually
anything
do
at all.
remember that there was a lady that lives across the street from you guys who also said that she saw somebody run up to the bodies and then run off.
Okay.
Well, maybe the key
That-
got stolen.
You guys, she gave you guys a description when you guys talked to her.
BT Dubs is 1040.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue later. But yeah, but basically, yeah,
what's
Rainier
up?
drops the bomb that this may all be connected to.
Yeah. Alright, what's up?
a hidden cache of 1 million gold coins somewhere here in Waterdeep.
I would like all of that.
What? Alright, I'll be there a little bit.
And we will pick up hopefully next week.
Sorry.
Yay! Thanks everybody for watching. I did mean to say to everybody, I didn't see it earlier, this was a Christmas present to me and my beautiful wife from Nick, one of my best friends in California. Nick gave this to us for Christmas. It's
nice.
the limited edition collector set of the Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master Guide, and Monster Manual with a DM screen. Beautiful artwork on the covers. And I just wanted to bring it and show it off and use it because I'm really in love with it. But also, there's a possibility, because Bethany's been reading through the DMG, and she's super keen on the idea of maybe starting to learn how to DM something. So we may set up something, not in the near future, but in the future we'll put her behind the screen for a one-off or something, and give her a chance to start learning how to DM.
Cool. Works for me.
Cool.
I gotta go find a dog.
Gotta go find a dog.
Oh God, which dog?
Not.
I thought you
Not
didn't,
Gracie.
I thought you didn't have dogs in the house.
No, I don't. A friend of mine, the dog ran out the door and they need somebody to drive because nobody's safe.
Good luck. Well, thanks everybody who tuned in.
Deuces.
Love
Have
y'all.
a good night.
Okay, so I came across this and it made me giggle, but it also makes me really sad. Country roads.
I was gonna show people that we're giving these away.
Go
Never mind.
to
Go
me.
ahead. We're still streaming.
Mario.
Do it.